Alright, welcome back to the Fire Games, everyone. Tonight we are shiny hunting for Deoxys. And a big announcement here. We are making improvements to the stream. We are now officially a YouTube partner. So that is a big news. That is a big thanks to y'all. So I just want to give a big shout out this entire stream to y'all for being amazing to me and the community. So thank y'all so much for us to hit this milestone. So Jason, Kitsune, Whisper, Hopper, wow, Leah, Alexander, Whisper, May, what is going on, y'all? Welcome in to the Fire Games. Tonight, believe it or not, I did figure it out. Me, Nick, the remedial Jay, with the $14 donation, brother, yo, can we get a big W in the chat for Jay? Thank you, man. Dude, that is huge. Oh my god. Thank you, Jay. That's my first donation of the channel. So, y'all, yes, we have hit a... That's my hand. We hit a huge milestone on the channel, and that is so thanks to y'all. So thank you, Jay. That is amazing. Thank all y'all for being here. This is a really... It's funny that I figured out how to do the insert ticket into the save file the stream that we hit the partnership, so I feel like this is a good time for it. And welcome Jay, the first member, Nick's Fire members. So yes, with the little Trico, yes, the first I guess what is it, like the first month you get the Trico shiny badge. So yes, thank you so much, Jay. Oh my god, dude, thank you so much. That is amazing. You've been with me for quite some time, brother. So thank you so much. Kitsune says WJ. Fishy, what's going on, Judah? Says it's fishy time. Hopper says WJ. Jason says nice, Jay. Lee says Jay, you're the GOAT for real. Absolutely, dude. That is amazing. Thank you so much. That means the world to me. May says, I went to like 20 thrift stores today. Oh, I hope you finally found what you're looking for. Jay said, it's an honor, bro. Proud of you. Man, I'm just... Dude, I was not expecting that, brother. I mean, I'm just like caught off guard. Like, holy crap, man. Holy freaking crap, dude. I appreciate that. That is big, brother. That is big. Kitsune says, nice, May. Jason says, how was it, May? Kitsune says, we are really proud of you, Nick. Great job for keeping up the amazing work. Thank you. That means a lot. I look forward to doing these streams. Even when I've had a long day at work, I look forward to doing this. I really, really enjoy just being in this community. And Jay sent 5 Nick's Fire Games gift memberships to PokeOBG, Aiden, Franklin, Robert, and Justin. Let's go. Yo, that is huge. That is a big W. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Jade, welcome in. Welcome in, Jade. Kitsune says, dang, Jay, wow. Yes, thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. Jade says, oh, memberships. Yes, we hit the 3,000 watch hour mark and obviously over 500 subs. And the other day I got to apply for the monetization. And this morning, it let me know that I was accepted. I was a partner. I didn't have a lot of time to get things set up before work, but I did manage to make it happen. And Tick Eddie says, I dare you to get the Reggie. Oh, that one, the normal Reggie. You know what? I kind of like that idea. Because we found all the other shiny Reggies as far as like shiny Reggie Ice, Reggie Steel, Reggie Rock. It might be time to go back on one of those. But yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Jade says, congrats. Judah says, May, do you agree with me that Hoenn is the best region? Well, I agree with you, Judah. May says, I found a GBA SP. Oh, that's cool. Animal Crossing plushes, a nice figure of Charizard, and a few clothes I can reuse for cosplay. Love that, May. Love that. Jason says, what do the memberships do other than the Trico icon? Just for now, it is pretty much gives you exclusive, if I make an exclusive content for a video or exclusive like members only stream. But that's a very good question, Jason. I'm gonna get definitely some good perks up in there. Like I said, I didn't really have a lot of time today to get things set up other than like the badges. I set the price at $2.99 because I see everyone has it between $2.99, some $3.99, some $4.99. So I went with the lower option. Whisper says, I'm watching you on my TV and phone. Thank you, Whisper. That means a lot. Doubling down. Love that. Jay says, so excited that you got the YouTube partnership. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Oh, yes, and I put the little custom. Another thing the membership gives you is that shocked Pikachu face. So, again, I had like 45 minutes to get things set up. So I'm going to go back through. Maybe not tomorrow, but what's tomorrow? Tuesday? So Wednesday I'm off. So I'll get things kind of better situated for us. Let's see here. Whisper says $2.99. I thought all memberships were $5. Yeah, I do know what you're talking about. Most of them do kind of set their price around that standard, but I dropped mine. I dropped my price to $2.99. Kitsune says, May, I don't know why it hit me, but you live in my home country and I live in your home country. Oh, that is funny. Judah says, I might be able to get a membership. That'd be awesome. And like I said, I'm going to come up with some really cool exclusive perks to really benefit, you know, the members. So Co, what is going on? Co is now a Nick's Fire member, y'all. Co, how you doing, brother? Thank you so much, dude. It means a lot. And May says, Kitson, you live in the UK? Yeah, because May's actually British. And Whisper says, or other streamers just a little greedy. Yeah, like I said, I think it's just kind of like the standard. They want you to, like, it's kind of like preset on $4.99 anyway. So a lot of streamers probably just leave it at that, but I dropped the price down to $2.99 to kind of, you know, I'm not trying to, I said this on the last stream, I'm not trying to get rich off this. What's really important, what's more than the money, excuse me, sorry. What's more than the money is that this is my happy place. This is a lot of y'all's happy place, and that means a lot to me. Just looking forward to doing this stream after a long day of work, just coming in and, you know, hitting the shiny grind, hanging out with y'all. So this is so much of a blessing, y'all. I cannot even put into words. Kitson says, I thought you were from the US. Oops. Hopper says, W, Co. Co says, W mans. Thank you, brother. Hope you're doing well, Co. Good to see y'all. Co says, I told you next stream, you got it. Hey, you were right, you're right. I applied like 2 days ago, and this morning it said I was a partnership. So, I had a little bit of time to get things set up before work, so that's why I got the badges set up. I kind of put in my tax information. You know, there's a bunch of like hurdles that I had to do, I guess you could say. I was trying to get everything done before, you know, I went to work. It was a little bit of a challenge, but we made it happen. And Grizzly, welcome in. How you doing, brother? Oh yeah, I don't know much about Deoxys. You know, obviously I've never caught one. So, I noticed there's like an attack Deoxys. I'm not sure much about it. And Hulk, what is going on, Hulk? And brother, I did not delete the save file. You know how we had all 6 screens? I think I checked the top left one. I never deleted the save file, so it was in the bottom right screen. So I do have that shiny Machop named Hulk. So how are you doing, Hulk? Welcome in. Jason said I'm back, I was lagging. Mason says the kitchen. Kitchen says I hate raw salmon and crab legs for dinner. Judah says the kitchen disaster. Co says, heads up, if you order memberships and you have an iPhone, buy it on Safari, not the YouTube app. It's cheaper and more goes to Nick rather than Apple. Yo, big W, Co. Thank you, brother. Judah says, last stream. May says, no, I have a headache already. Oh, damn. I'm sorry to hear that, May. It means a lot you spend time out of your day in this stream. Mills says, shiny time. What's going on, Mills? How you doing, brother? Welcome in, welcome in. Lee says, Nick, I never see you drink some water in your stream. How can you speak for 6 hours and don't take a sip? You know, that is a pretty good question. I do like try and drink some Gatorade every once in a while, and I definitely should. So thank you for reminding me to take a drink there. I always appreciate that when someone says, hey Nick, take a drink. Take a sip of water. Like, I actually really appreciate that. So yeah, welcome in, Mills. Burger, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Hulk says it's good. I didn't hear what you said. The thing broke to know it is there. But yeah, we do have the shiny Machop. You know, on the last stream, I was trying to pull it up, and I was like, oh man, did I delete the save file? I figured out that I did not. I just checked the wrong screen. And the Whisper says, can we do like more screens today as a celebration? It would look weird because the way I have the screen cut, it would look weird, but for future streams, I can definitely make that happen. Hopper says, Burger, brother, what's up? What's up, man? Judah says, by the way, I'm still stuck in the oven. Burger says, hey, Hopper, not much. Just got home from work, ready for the live. Hey, same here. Yeah, I worked all day. It was pretty good day at work, actually. Made some good money. It was busier than I thought it would be. And yes, Co got the poke emoji. And like I said, I spent like only the little time that I had before work setting up the badges. So I will go back through on my next day off and really get some perks for the members. So yeah, big milestone, y'all. Big freaking milestone. Lee says, by the way, I got the Slugma you told me to get. What's the next one? Ooh, okay. Are we still talking about like a Gen 3? Co says, I'm begging to add the Suicune I have. Legit begging. Ooh, I would love to do a Suicune hunt. I think one of my next big ones is Suicune and Mew. That's some of my next ones. I've never done one of those. May says, my head is dying. I'm sorry, May. Sorry you have a headache. Hey, Hari, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man? Good to see you. And again, May, I'm so sorry you have a headache. It means a lot that you spend time out of your day in this stream, and same goes for all of y'all. It says, hey Nick, what is the shiny hunt tonight? Yeah, this is Deoxys. I've never caught a shiny, or excuse me, I've never caught a Deoxys, period. So this is pretty amazing. Mill says, my birthday tomorrow. Well, hell yeah, dude. I definitely want to pop in on that. Judah says, I couldn't resist. Jay says, hurry, yo. Jason says, you okay, May? Co says, I meant the emoji. Oh, when you said Pikachu? Hopper says, yeah, I'll be there, Mills. Happy birthday stream. Yes. I definitely want to make that happy birthday stream. You said it's going to be on Wednesday, right? Because it is after midnight. Technically, tomorrow is Wednesday. But yeah, I definitely want to make it in that, brother. Yo, Hari! What is going on, bro? Says, I don't know if I'm the first one, but happy birthdays. Somebody's birthday in the world. Yo, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hari. Y'all, can we get a freaking W in the chat for Hari? Because that is freaking huge, dude. Like, straight up. Thank you, Hari. Brother. That means a lot, dude. It really means a lot. Thank y'all for doing that. That melts my heart. Y'all don't have to spend y'all's hard-earned money on me. But thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. It will go toward a good cause. Mill says yes, Wednesday. Jay says, Jason says, sorry to hear that, May. Jay says, W, Hari, I beat you to it. Jay was the first one to donate. Very fitting. Jay's been with me probably the longest. I mean, Jay can vouch for me. I mean, it used to be just me and Jay just talking in the chat for a while. Mill says W. Burger says, wait, I just saw the money is on. Nice, Nick. Great job. Thank you. Thank you, Burger. Thank you so much, man. Hopper says, W, Hari. Burger says, W, Hari. Kitson says, I don't know how helpful I'll be with medical advice tonight. I also have a migraine, but if there's any questions, I'll try my best. Thank you, Kitsun. I saw you in someone's stream the other day. I want to say it was Ribo's. It's always great seeing y'all in someone else's stream. Hari says, I laugh my ass off. Damn it, Jay. LOL. Again, I appreciate it so much, y'all. Like, that is incredible. Fishy says, all I want for Christmas is a shiny liquor tongue. I would like a shiny liquor tongue myself. May says, I feel like I got smacked in the face. What is my luck? Oh, I'm sorry, May. I hope you're still enjoying your new job, though. Hope everything's going well with that, and the employees, I mean, the co-workers and all that are treating you good. Jay says, yeah, it was just 3 months ago, started watching Nick, I think. This channel's came a long ways in a short amount of time. And it's thanks to y'all. It's really thanks to y'all. Whisper says, is there any news on that schedule? Yeah, after the summer, I will definitely kind of get on a more of a set schedule. Just my work right now is wild and crazy, and the heat just takes a lot out of me, so I'm not trying to overdo it. And I did used to have like a Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule, but nowadays it's like I don't want to set a schedule that I can't maintain, but at the same time I kind of like to have that flexibility, you know, maybe stream another stream. But yeah, I'm gonna get working on that schedule for sure. Kitson says it was Ribo. Nice, nice. Ko says, who was second? Oh yeah. I'm not sure. Tonight, Jay donated first and Hari was second. So again, big thank you to y'all. Nicholas says, how you doing, man? I'm doing good, Nick. How are you doing? Good to see you again. Welcome back. Burger says, BRB, putting kids to bed. 5 foot long Metal Crow says, just joined the stream. I believe in you. Hey, thank you. That's the positivity we like. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great Monday night. Good start to the week. I believe in you too. If you believe in yourself as much as I believe in you, you're in great shape. May says, oh boy, Nick, I have a story about work today. Oh, please let me hear this. It's probably better than anything I have that went on in my work. And Jay says, I was subscriber 201, I remember. I remember you telling me that too. You're the 201st subscriber. That is awesome. It's easy to remember too. Jason says, applies Mudkip to May's face. May says, thanks. Ko says, Nick, you also have 10 free memberships to give every month. Maybe like a goal or a sub goal? Okay. Thank you for letting me know that. I had no idea. Yeah, when I said this morning, I meant probably 12:30 in the afternoon. I got up and saw that I had the YouTube partnership. I got approved for it, and yeah, I kind of went through, and I'm sure, as you can imagine, there's a lot of, you got to put in your taxes, you got to verify your stuff, but yeah, I'm definitely going to get some more exclusive content set up for the members. Hopper says, welcome 5 foot. 5 foot says, I'm calling it. It's coming the next 10 resets. Oh, it could. It definitely could. I'm so eager about this hunt. Like I said, I've never caught a Deoxys ever in my life. I definitely didn't go to this event. So this is going to be really cool. Kitson says, I was working on my farm yesterday with my brothers, and it said 106. Dang. Yeah, it gets hot down here in Georgia. The heat index is wild. And yesterday, I mean, where I'm at, I think it said like 96, it felt like. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild, Kitsune. Ko says, remember to like the stream and don't forget to subscribe for more Pokemon content. Hey, thank you, brother. Judah says, me want Worm friend right now. Oh yeah, I'm sure Worm will pop in here in just a little bit, and I'm sure Nova will as well. Whisper says, are we trying for enough for a shiny for all the forms? Oh, see, I don't know much about Deoxys. How does that work? Does each one evolve to like a different one, depending on if it's attack, stat, and you know, or speed? I might need to be educated on that. Burger says, I want a membership, Burger. Oh, we're gonna get you one, Burger. Oh yes. Alexam says, finally got used to the braces. Oh, good, Alexam. It's good to see you again. Oh, it's good to see you. Yeah, I had braces too. It wasn't a lot of fun starting off, but you do get used to it. Robert says, what's good? What's going on, Robert? Guess who's a membership now? Yes, I love that, Robert. That's a big W. And like I said, I only had about 45 minutes before I had to go to work today to get everything set up, put in my taxes, and set up the badges. So, I'll definitely be working on some more of that. So yeah, welcome in, y'all. May says, so a mom brought her daughter and son into the cafe, and the kid asked why my eye was white. I said I got enchanted, and they gasped and asked if I had magical powers. It was so sweet. Oh, May, that is really sweet. I love how you did that. You know, kids with an imagination, I mean, it really is adorable. Jason says, depends on the game. It's in, Nick. Gotcha. Alright, so yeah, this one is Fire Red that we are in. Alakazam says, been trying to sleep real early, but I decided to stay up for today's stream. Hey, that is a big W. Thank you, Alakazam. Thank you. Jason says, that's so cute, man. Ko says, you clicked individual account, right? I did. I thought about you when I saw that. I did. Thank you, Ko. Thank you. Mill says, congrats on the, hey, yes. Thank you, brother. Yes, thank you. Freaking, I'm at a loss for words. You know, I worked all day, and then when I got home, I was kind of like trying to rush, to like, you know, get to the stream. I kind of, you know, in the back of my head, you know, I mean, I knew that, you know, this was gonna be the first stream for memberships, you know, super chats, all that stuff, but it started popping off quick. And this coincidentally is the first stream where I've actually got one of these like ticket Pokemon like inserted into the save file, which is huge. I've been trying to do this for months now, and finally got it figured out on the same stream that we get the memberships and all that. So great stream we got here, folks. Alakazam says, what Pokemon should I give a fact on? How about Alakazam itself? Whisper says, more people could put more gifts and subs, and that'd be awesome. Man would be greedy if I get it. But yeah, I definitely dropped my price down than most. It's $2.99, and the preset's $4.99. So I just moved it down a few dollars. Burger says, shiny Deoxys, right corner, up right corner. Okay, I'm saying up left corner, upper left. Judah says, Hisuian Arcanine. Kitsune says, Alakazam, do one for Ninetales. Let's see your knowledge of my fellow species. May says, I'm getting really good with handling kids' questions about my scar and eye. Each reaction made me learn that I should embrace my face instead of hiding it. We've been trying to tell you that, May. We've been trying to tell you that. I'm really, really glad to hear that. That is some of the best. I mean, that might be the best thing I've heard all day. Alakazam says K. Robert says, can I scratch your beard? Oh, please, please. It needs some scratching. Kitsune says, that's amazing, May. Burger says, Ninetales is good. Oh yeah, we love Ninetales. Would love to just pet a Ninetales. Jason says, that's good, May. 5 Foot says, should I play lacrosse or track in the spring at school? I would say lacrosse. That sounds fun. I never had an opportunity to play lacrosse. I played football and I wrestled, and that's the only sports I ever participated in. Alakazam says, long before the events of Pokemon Legends Arceus, Hisuian Arcanines served as the Lord of the Isles. The original Lord drowned in the sea while saving a young pup as disaster. Oh wow. Co says, after stream, make sure you do research to turn on gifts. They help and are more TikTok vibes. Okay, bet. But the chat will be more enticed to use those. Thank you, Co. That's great advice. Mill says, the badges are dope. I was looking through them. Okay, so you can see what they are? Okay, awesome. Yeah, I was trying, like, at first I had, like, some legendaries at first, and then, like, the starters at the bottom. I was like, okay, let me fix it. Let me put some of the starters, like, up at first, and then the legendaries. But, like I said, I was, like, rushing to get things set up, so we'll make some adjustments. Nothing too wild. Grizzly says, bottom left. Alakazam says, also, I already did Alakazam in the DC a while back. Ninetales time. Okay, perfect. Take me a sip of water here. Burger says, Co, how are you? Alakazam says, already did Ninetales. Gotcha. Kitsune says, I wouldn't suggest you a pet Ninetales in lore. You get a curse from it. Man says, honestly, I look sick with a scar across my cheek. Looks like I was the protagonist and I used plot armor and my eye just proves I was stronger. I love that, man. Robert says, you look really cool in the red with your eye color. Alakazam says, grabbing one of Ninetales' 9 tails results in 1,000 curse of misfortune. Oh, really? I didn't know that. And Hari says, yeah, you can gift subs already. Yeah, Jay gifted like 5 of them. That was really nice of him. Kitsune says, you're correct, Alakazam. Ko says, also, for a new phone, bigger, faster, and Nick looks nice. Hey, thank you. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are too good to me. Ko says, I'm good, Burger. Alakazam says, it creates flame illusions to trick prey and hide its territory. Burger says, huh, I just saw shiny Pikachu. Burger says, I just saw the shiny Pikachu in the memberships. Nice. Yeah, I forget which one it was. I think it might be like year 9 or something like that. I'm not sure, but yeah, we definitely got the Pikachu in there. I'm gonna put in a cough drop. My voice is not as bad as it was the other day, but still not 1000%. Ko says, more Hari. Not talking about gifting stuff, I'm talking about gifting with jewels. Alakazam says, any more Pokemon? May says, hey Kitsune, can I turn into Alolan Ninetales? There we go. Kitsune says, but I would never put on a curse on any of you, since I'm a Ninetales. And Judah says, Hisuian Arcanine, like I asked. Oriello, what's going on? How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hopper says, Oriello, what's up? Burger says, Alakazam, how about Deoxys? I like that, I like that. Alakazam says, I did Arcanine earlier. Hari says, oops, my bad. Burger says, sup, Oriello? Judah says, oh, sorry. Jay says, hey, Oriello? Cuz says, you're good, bro. Just wanted to throw some memes at Nick. That's funny. Kitsune says, I don't know, man. Oriello says, hey everyone. Alakazam says, you're good. Deoxys time. Yeah, I'm ready for this, y'all. I've never caught a Deoxys ever in my life, so I'm ready for it. May says, Nick, hand me an ice stone, please. An ice stone? I could do that. Cheetah says, Nick, the doubling, letting are happening again. Whisper says he finally has cough drops. I know, right? You know, in the last stream, nothing really happened with the voice, but on the stream before that, it was like every few minutes I was having to clear my throat. It was so bad. It was so bad. Fivefoot says, Alakazam, can you do Jolteon? That's my favorite. Alakazam says, Deoxys was originally an extraterrestrial virus visiting or traveling on a meteor. And Jason throws an ice stone. May says, thanks, Jason. Alakazam says, laser beam struck the meteor and triggered a sudden genetic mutation. Oriello says, I'm going to lurk a little, play some Zelda. I'll hop in the chat occasionally. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much, Oriello. And good luck on that. Alakazam says, the purple crystal in its chest is actually brain and life force. Really? Let me look at it. That is cool. Yeah, I guess you can see the little guy here. There was like 4 different ones that I could like download, and I was like, well, hold on, which one was shiny hunting? So I had like look at his arms, but then I had like look more at his head. Sam says, I want a cough drop now. Yeah, these are like the first one I put in there. Freaking almost took my breath away itself. So yeah, these are some good ones. And welcome in, Sam, by the way. Welcome in. Sam says, this is my favorite YouTube channel at the moment. Thank you, Sam. That is huge. Thank you. This is a big stream for me. Murad, welcome in. Welcome in, Murad. This is a big stream. I've been trying to get this figured out to like get a ticket insert into the save file so we can shiny hunt something that's really not even in the game, like Deoxys. And I just, you know, I'm not tech savvy. I'm pretty remedial when it comes to computers. So for me to figure that out, I mean, that's a big friggin' W for me. So this is the first stream for me to have that figured out. And also the first stream with memberships, super chats. And Ko says, hello Hopper. And Jay, my bad for not saying hey. That's funny. I love it when we're all in your stream, Ko, and we're wilding out. I miss that vibe. Alakazam says, Jolteon's coarse fur is made of electrically charged needle-like hairs. 5 foot long says, sick. Kitsune says, no. In one of my games, I killed a few enemies and the game dropped and went below the river and I can't get them now. Alakazam says, it concentrates this power to unleash 10,000 volt lightning bolts. Jay says, LOL, all good. Hey, Ko. Ko says, I'm driving a forklift and watching streams, so brother. I've seen so many of those like those reels where like what a bad day at work looks like, and it's like a forklift driver and he hits something at the bottom of a big pile and it knocks everything over. So please be careful, Ko. Alakazam says it can launch these charged like hairs like a barrage of arrows. Alakazam says, or excuse me, Jason says, do you have a yo, that is huge. Or hello. Welcome to the Fire Games. Or should I say, welcome to Nick's Fire Members, it says. I don't know, it was just something I named the members thing. Nick's Fire Members, so thank you, Oriello. That's huge. Thank you so much. Co says W membership. Yes. Hopper says W Oriello. Burger says W Oriello. Jay says W Oriello. 5 Foot says yo W Oriello. Fishy says I love Tamachi live. Sorry about it. The doubling letters. Hey, I think I can still read it. Oriello says all I need is there's memberships available now. Or all I need to know is there's memberships. Hey, thank you so much, y'all. It means a lot, and I promise y'all this is going to go to a good cause. I will make it. I'll do my best shot to make it worth it for the members to be a member. You know, exclusive content, all that. If y'all have any ideas, please put it in the Discord. I'd definitely love to have some feedback. Cause I mean, I need to know. What would be some cool ideas? I've got some ideas myself. Jason says, I heard Nick say someone was playing Legends of Zelda, and I played both. I did play a little Legends of Zelda growing up, but I didn't really play it like non-stop. Actually, I played it just here and there. It wasn't anything I really got into, like Pokemon, for example, where I'm playing it all the time. Co says, I got a small stream tomorrow on main channel. There's a big 12-hour stream on Thursday. More Tamachi life. Hey. Alexam says, wish I could be a member, but I'm a child with $15 to my name and $25 to the people who are going to fix my silver cartridge. Hey, but thank you for being here, though, Alexam. That means a lot for you to take time out of your day to be here. Thank you. Co says, my idea is adding my cursed Suicune emoji. That's all I want. Fair enough, fair enough. I definitely want to do that then. As an emoji. I believe that's a pretty fair request. Grizzly says, good to see you. Glad you're here, Grizzly. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're having a good start to your week. Hopper says, W, Co. I can't wait, brother. Burger says, Grizzly, what's up? Kitsune says, I'm going to shiny hunt now while stream is going on. It's a good time to shiny hunt. We're all shiny hunting together. Co says, yeah, my mans. Mill says, a worm emoji and an Abe Lincoln emoji. Oh man, these are must haves. Holy crap. Must haves, brother. I'm talking Abe Lincoln with the friggin' top hat. Co says, yes, Mills. Jason says, how far into Breath of the Wild are you, Ariza? I beat it 100%, and Tears of the Kingdom, I think either 99% or 59%. Mill says, LOL, be epic. Burger says, come out, shiny Deoxys. I know. Come out wherever you are. Worm says, or excuse me, 5 Foot says, here it is. Alright. Alex Zam says, shiny hunting T-Pig in a white. In white too, because when I played through Black and Black 2, I rushed through them and let my starters get everything. Nova, welcome in. Nova, how are you doing? And thank you for becoming a Mixed Fire member. Thank you. Good to see you, Nova. And thank you again for doing that. Mills says, ripping my new cart for you, Nick. Hey, thank you, Mills. Hit that blinker. Make sure it's a blinker hit. I'm just kidding. You ain't gotta. You don't have to do that. Mill says, Strawberry Kiss a hybrid. Ooh. Nova says, hello. Yes. Hopper, yes. W Nova. Thank you so much. Jason says, nice. How many of the 900 core seeds do you have? And To explain a little bit better, Nova, I got accepted this morning. Saw it before I went to work. I had just enough time to like put in, my tax information, set up badges. So I will go through and make some exclusive things and fix some things up for the membership a little bit. But thank you so much, Nova. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. Grizzly says W, bro. Jay says, hey, Nova, W. Sam says, Alexam, do you plan on making bacon with T-Pig? Where it says sub for shiny luck? If I had a little bit more time tonight, I was wanting to take that out and just put different words and put Pokemon are friends, not food. So maybe on the next stream, I'll do that. Mill says, let's go, Nova. Nova says, there wasn't a question about becoming one. That is so kind, Nova. Thank you so much. And Alexam says, gold bacon, yes. Some gold bacon. Mill says, blinker time. Hey. That's a big hit. I bet you're still coughing. Ko says, hey Nova. Grizzly says, damn, a blinker? Game over. Sam says, oh wow, gold bacon. Have you ever seen that show, Most Expensiveness? It's got like 2 Chainz like as a host. They eat some gold food in that. Alexam says, then purple, then blue. Jay says, oh. Alright. Kitson says, what should I hunt? I have no idea. Well, tell me the game. I can kind of give you an idea. Sam says, unless you are Magikarp, Magikarp is technically food. Grizzly says, got some purple Larry cart. Myself, it's an indica, will put you to sleep. And the way I remember that is indica is couch, and sativa, just sativa. It sounds uplifting, sativa. 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 May says, I'm back. Back again. Alexam says, don't forget water, Nick. Thank you. Yeah, I probably need to take another sip. Ugh. 5 Foot says, bro, it's almost midnight in Houston. 5 Foot says, I should be sleeping. I know that feeling. But thank you for being here, 5 Foot. Being in Houston. So are you a Houston Texans fan? Grizzly says, hydration, brother. Yeah, I know. And it was a pretty hot day today. It was a really hot day today. So I definitely should have drank more water than what I did. I'm so sorry, y'all. My voice is like going out. Ugh. Alright, we should be good. Kitsun says Pokemon Violet. 5 Foot says, for real, Sam, Magikarp would taste so good. Especially the shiny. Jason says, I think the anime said Magikarp was mostly scale and bones. Alexam says, almost midnight in Louisiana. Alexam says, Crowbar, it's about 5-7 hours away. Corsair, welcome in, Corsair. How are you doing? Thank you for being here. 6 a.m. for me, mostly popping in to say goodnight. Hope you get the Deoxys. I've been reading Fresh Off the Boat. Great book. Would recommend. Anyone like the stream? Love you. Hey, thank you for being here, Corsair. That means a lot. No, it says, Nick, you okay? You know, I even did like a little like test talk like before I went streaming like live tonight. I was just like, just talking to myself, literally no one watching, just to make sure my voice is like okay. But it's starting to go out a little bit, ain't it? You know what worked last time? I went and got a Coca-Cola, and it kind of like soothed everything, like really smooth. So I might go do that in a minute. Someone says, I wanted to tell Bill and everyone. I was, wait a minute. He wants to be the one to tell people. Jason says, it's okay, May. 5 foot long says, yeah, I've been to Louisiana before. It's a 3-hour-ish flight. I always want to go down to Bourbon Street myself. Alexander says, hope you feel better, May. Grizzly says, it's almost 1 a.m. on the East Coast. Yep, we're 14 till. Sam says, oh my god, Alexander, you were from Louisiana. And I think Foe that we have in here, I haven't seen Foe in a few streams, but he's from Louisiana as well. Cor says, or Jay says, hey Corsair. Sam says, I believe in another life. I was from the Bayou. Sam says, your voice sounds good to me, Nick. Oh, thank you. Yeah, for right now it does, but here in a few minutes, I'll go like this right here. So hopefully we don't have any more of those issues. We're having some audio issues. Mill says hot tea and honey. I need to do that. I thought the cough drops would be enough, but it's like the cough drops like made it worse. May screams into pillow. I'm sorry, May. So, I wish I could take your headache for you. Sam says, fizzy drinks soothes the throat. Then yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go do real quick. Just go ahead and grab me a soft drink. Because the Gatorade and the cough drops ain't cutting it. You know what? My throat already feels a little bit better just from taking a sip of that. And if I'm being straight with you, it kind of sounds better. Alright, we're back in business. Jason says, I love alligators. Alakazam. Grizzly says, Nick, don't die, man. We need you here. Thank you, Grizzly. Yeah, I'm gonna keep trucking. I'm gonna keep hanging in there like a hair in a biscuit. Co says, ready for crawfish season again, Alexander? Oh, man, I would love... I used to live out on the coast, man. There's some good seafood out there. May says, BRB, wanna get some medicine? Oh, yeah. Do what you gotta do, May. Take your time. May says, or excuse me, 5 foot says, I always go to this tourist shop whenever I go to New Orleans. Bussin' though, nonetheless. But yeah, I've always wanted to check out Bourbon Street and, the graveyards around New Orleans, how they're all like built up above ground. I think that'd be really kind of cool just to see. Corsair says, you should use all this stream footage to put together a fire red using only shiny video. You're right. I have been working on that. I'm just not really good at like long form editing videos. Especially like I'll do a little bit here and I'll come back in, but yeah, I do have a video just like that for Pokemon Ruby. Actually, I started months ago. I need to finish it up. You're right. Grizzly says, I hope you feel better, May. Sam says, crawfish po' boy. Co says, I used to live in Thibodeau. I think I said that right. Thibodeau. Really spicy food, but man is it good. Alakazam says, I'm ready with my giant crawfish plate thingies that I don't name of Co. Co says, jambalaya, gumbo, etc. I keep thinking of Bubba from Forrest Gump, where he's just like, shrimp stew, shrimp salad, shrimp and kebab, shrimp and potatoes, fried shrimp, grilled shrimp, sauteed shrimp. Sam says Cafe del Mundo has the best in the world. Sam says, guys, stop. I am salivating. LOL. Jason says, LOL, Sam. I don't even know how to say that word, Co. Crawfish Ontefe. Sam says, also, South is the home of jazz music, voodoo, dark magic. Sam says, so much culture. You're right. And I think my Atlanta Falcons are cursed. I don't know. I talked about this one time before. It had to do with the 96 Olympics. Alakazam says, my grandpa makes it. And amazing gumbo and chicken stew. Nova says, chicken gumbo is good. My brother made that. And shrimp gumbo. Jay says, LOL. Oriella says, my friends called and I had to hop off. I'll be back in for a little bit. Hey, take your time, Oriella. Take your time. Sam says, yes, Nick. Exactly like Forrest Gump. Bubblegum shrimp. And Nova says, also, Nick, please take some Tylenol for good coughs. Yeah, it's weird. I kind of thought the cough drops would help, but like I took a cough drop and it made it like 3 times worse. So yeah, I'd try something different. Co says Cafe du Monde, Cafe du Monde. And Grizzly says, Nick, you good, dog? I'm starting to worry. Yeah, it's frustrating. Like, whenever my voice starts to go out. But I think we're good. Since I got that Coca-Cola, it's actually helped a lot. Alakazam says, Sheldon Cooper, you dog. Co says, you ever come to Louisiana, Nick? I got you for hospitality. You can stay with us. Hey, thank you, Co. Dude, that is big W. Thank you, brother. Sam says, homemade cornbread, chicken, and waffles. Sam says, wait, Co, you're from Louisiana too? Co says, yeah, I'm legit working right now. In Louisiana. Sam says, I'm so happy to know you guys. Sam says, when I'm rich, I'm gonna come visit. Well, if I ever get a house up in the hills, I mean, y'all are all invited to the party. I don't drink anymore, but, I mean, y'all can drink. Y'all can get lit. The only thing I ask is don't pee in the pool. Alakazam says, Co, you and me have to go on a trip to Crowbars. Co says, nah, I got y'all. My wife's hospitality is off the charts. That is awesome. Nova says, is that an invention for everybody there, Co? And Ashton, welcome in, Ashton. How you doing, brother? How you doing? Good to see you again. You know, earlier today I was thinking about, some of the people I just haven't seen in a while on the stream. I just hope they're doing well, and you were one of the people that I thought of. I was like, yeah, I wonder how Ashton's doing. So good to see you. Good to see you. Co says, bro, let's go frogging? Like frog gigging? And Jay says, Ashton, hey. I know what you meant, Jay. I know what you meant. That's funny. Co said, of course, Nova. Jason says, don't pee in the pool. I guess you're in trouble now. Oh, I know, right? Yeah, that's all I said. Like, we have a party up in the hills. Just don't pee in the pool. Because I know y'all gonna be lit. Y'all gonna be absolutely lit. Ashton said, what's good, brother? Been busy with life, but I'm happy to be here. Hey, same. I feel that, man. I feel that. Keep up that grind though, Ashton. You got to keep up that grind. You know, I worked all day today. I say all day. I worked a good shift and made some good money. So I'm very thankful for that. And I've been looking forward to this stream. I mean, I'll say that every stream. I do look forward to every stream. I've been really looking forward to this one. I've been trying to get this Deoxys figured out. And for y'all that don't know, this Deoxys you can't regularly find in your average cartridge, right? You've got to you had to be at an event back in the day, and there is a way you can download the save file or download the file of the ticket itself, and then you got to download some kind of like injector tool to inject that into your own save file, which is in an emulator. Yeah, for someone that's not tech savvy like me, I cannot believe I got it figured out. I mean, that is almost as big as W, as this is the first stream like for memberships and super chats and all that. So that is huge. Sam says it's not P. I just spilled my sweet tea. Sorry, y'all. Sure. That's funny. Sam says that Alexander laughed my ass off. You do know Crawdonts are massive. Crawdont the Pokemon? Nova says my eyes hurt, so I apologize if I misspelled anything. I'm sorry your eyes hurt. I've got something in my eye other than a pinky. It could just be an eyeball. Kitsune says, I have some gene where I physically can't process alcohol. Oh dang. You're not missing anything, in my opinion. Sam says, core fish is the size of a big lobster. Sam says, is shrimp and grits nice? Sam says, I want to try. Noah says, do you have eye drops? Sam says, or dark sunglasses you can wear. Co says, Nick, I don't drink much anymore either. We will play sweet tea pong. Hey, monster pong, just monster energy drinks. That is cool. Pokemon OBG, yer. What is going on, brother? How you doing, man? I think Jay was the one to gift you a membership as well on the stream. So that is awesome. And y'all, PokeOBG is a really great Pokemon tuber, and someone can vouch for me, I'm sure. But on the last stream, I did shout you out. Someone was talking about some like mod games, you know, like some fan made, like, you know, Pokemon games, and I was like, you know, I think you'd really like PokeOBG, his channel. So I gave you a shout out. Hopefully you got a subscriber from that. Nova says eye drops made it worse. Kind of like the cough drops made that worse for me. It's like, now I'm doing great. Kitsune says it's my idiot gene that physically can't break down alcohol. Really? Alexam says shrimp's amazing. If anyone comes down here, come to my nanny's shrimp factory. Bet, Alakazam. Sam says, damn, sorry, Nova. Nova says, it's all good. It'll get better eventually. PokeOBG says, WJ. PokeOBG says, love that guy. But yeah, good to see you, man. Hope everything's been going well with you and your streams, man. It's good to see you again. I heard from Kanto the other day. He was just kind of checking in on me. He was like, hey, man, just letting you know I'm proud of you and all this and this, that, and, you know, just it means a lot to hear from him. He's still developing that fitness app, so hopefully everything's going well with him in that app. I definitely want to see some more of his streams, man. I love Kanto XP streams too. He's shiny hunts in, where is it? I think it's, he might shiny hunt in Pokemon Blue, but he's shiny hunts in this, y'all. I didn't even think that was possible, but he does it. Jay says, no problem, OBG. Sup, bro? And Orfever, welcome in, welcome in. PokeOBG says, thank you, bro. You dope for that. How you doing, Jay? PokeOBG says, just been streaming and working and editing. Hey, man, I know the grind. That sounds like my life too, man. I went and served tables all day today in the heat. And so glad to be here, sitting down in the AC with some of the best peeps in the world. I mean that. Some of the smartest, funniest, kindest people you'll ever meet. You will meet in this stream. Sam says, I also want to try catfish and collard greens. Fried catfish is some of my favorite food. Fried alligator, some of the best snacks. Served with remoulade, ooh, I can make a whole meal out of that. Jay says, not bad. Super excited for my boy Nick getting the YTP. Thank you so much. And yeah, just kind of explain a little bit, PokeOBG. I applied the other day, and this morning I saw before I went to work that I was accepted, so I had about 45 minutes to like set up badges, put in my tax information. Just right before the stream got set up, I set up memberships. That wasn't completely set up. I just had super chats going on. So I just did that right before I started the stream. So I'll kind of spend, I think, not tomorrow, I mean Tuesday, but on Wednesday is my day off. So other than popping in a Mill's stream and seeing him slam his face into a birthday cake, I don't have much plans other than Wednesday. Then, you know, just make sure everything is set up. You know, and get it looking a little bit better. And Orvert says, I was doing a shiny hunt. Now I'm resting because nothing came up. Oh yeah, you gotta take a break. You gotta take a break. Ko says, oh Nick, you know I'm dumber than a doorknob. Trust. No, you're not, Ko. You are highly intelligent, brother. You are highly intelligent. Jason says, I love catfish. Grizzly says, you scan my face and I buy groceries. Sam says, Nick, what is remoulade? Oh, it's a sauce that you typically use for like seafood, kind of stuff like that, like fish. But it's really good for like fried gator or definitely fried catfish. But yeah, it's really good. And Nova says, Sam, kale is the closest to collard. You think kale is the closest to collard greens? I'm a big fan of green beans. And collard greens, not so much. PokeOBG says, hell yeah, brother. It's a great feeling. Congrats. Thank you, man. Thank you. It's a big thanks to y'all. I can't believe it. I mean, this channel has came a long ways in a very short amount of time. And it's something that I thoroughly enjoy doing. I love shiny hunting. I love hanging out with y'all. I love learning about just the learning side of like how to stream. This is my first computer I've ever had. I got it a few months ago. It's like almost every other time I get on it, I learn something new. So this is really big. And what is today? The 21st. On the 29th, I will be 1 year sober from alcohol. So sometimes I do kind of look back on where my life was a year ago, and it's eye-opening. And PokeOBG says I'll be streaming tomorrow night. Okay, bet, dude. Hopefully I can make it in that. I believe I can, because I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow night when I get off work. But Wednesday night, probably later in the night, kind of like how we started a little later tonight. I might do that. Kitson says, Nick, I need some advice. Hopefully I got you. Whisper says, I'm back. Sam says, like tartar sauce? No, it's a little bit darker, almost like orangey red. It's kind of hard to describe what's in remoulade. Alex Bailey says, I've never had shiny luck in the older style games. Good luck. Hey, thank you, Alex. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And the only reason why I have any luck is because I run 6 screens and speed it up 4 times. But, you know, it's not the destination, it's the journey here. Sam says, Alex tried Victory Road and Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. That's where I found the shiny Makahita, and he got away from me due to Whirlwind. Nova says, yeah, collard greens are really good for you. It helps bone health, blood, sugar, and digestion, disease prevention, and heart health. Alex Bailey says, do you go fishing and catch them all in real life? You know, funny story here. I can't believe I'm admitting this. The last time I went fishing, I wasn't drunk. I don't even think I was stoned. I took the friggin' the rod, and as I cast, it slipped out of my hand, and the whole friggin' fishing rod went into the lake. I was like, all right, well, I'm done for today, guys. That was a wrap, and everyone, of course, everyone thought it was hilarious. My rod's still in that lake. So yeah, that was the last time I went fishing. And before that, it'd been like 10 years. And apparently, I forgot how to cast a friggin' fishing pole. I used to do it like every day as a kid. Whisper says, do you know what happens when there are more gifted subs than people to give it to? I'm not sure. Kitsune says, some person in another channel where I'm a moderator was insulting me really bad. What should I do? They were being horrible. Was it the streamer? Was it a mod from that channel? Or was it just a random person? Because if you're a mod and they're being disrespectful, then I give my mods that. My mods do a great job of like being appropriate, like truly like just timing someone out when they need to be timed out. I'm gonna do my best just not to like do that myself, because I might just block them. That's just me. I'm very protective of this community and my happy place, our happy place. I'll do what it takes to defend it. I'll stand on business. Sam says, 1 year sober from alcohol and a YouTube partner. W, Nick. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Shiny says, I'll go fishing with you, Nick. Thank you, Shiny. Thank you. I hope you have an extra rod to lose. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it was like, that was... Looking back on it, it's freaking hilarious. But in the moment, I was so disappointed in myself. I was like... I just let the rod slip out of my hand. And, you know, of course, I was trying to cast that line way out there. So I gave it a good, and it went right out of my hand. I looked like an idiot. Gosh. And yeah, good question, Alexander. What kind of insults, Kitsune? And Kitsune says, they were calling me some names I don't really want to talk about. Do not let anyone be in control of your happiness other than you, Kitsune. Don't ever change, because we need your positivity in this stream. And Whisper said, how are you loading into Pokemon Red but doing Deoxys? It's Pokemon Fire Red. And it's through the Aurora ticket. I finally got it figured out. Grizzly says, also good to see someone from Ribo's stream. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it was cool to see you over there as well. I love Ribo. He's a great dude. Jay says, oh, thanks, Grizz. I like you too. Nova says, last time I went fishing, I got something pretty big. Myself. I got me right above the knee. The hook went in my knee, and I haven't touched a fishing pole since. My story's not that bad, so you got me on that one. So looks like me and you are not going to be fishing for a little bit. We're taking some time off, Nova, from fishing. We're in the same boat. Shiny says, what happens? It just doesn't give memberships. Okay, thank you. Alexander says, honestly, you might have already thought or done this, but although it's simple, block and report them to whatever higher authority they have, and that don't forget to remind yourself. Sam says, Whisper, you can get Deoxys and Fire Red. Through the Aurora ticket, yes. Which, like I said, it took me a while to get it figured out. My first try, luckily I had a whole nother save file that I saved as a copy, because it made everything real glitchy. Kitsune says, I just banned them. They aren't worth my time or anyone. Yeah, and that's what I give the keys to the car to my mods. I have full trust in them. Welcome in, Everett. Welcome in. I give full trust. If someone wants to pop in this stream and be disrespectful, be ugly, and you know, it's just like the dude that was like, Abe is gay. Like, bro, if that's the best you got to like contribute to this conversation, that's why I probably went a little too far just to block that person from the channel. I should have probably just put him in timeout. But that's why I said I'm gonna do my best just not to even deal with that. I love my mods and I have full trust in them. So yeah, if that was a situation here, let's say if you were a mod on this channel, Kitsune, and someone's being ugly and disrespectful, I promise you that timeout's their best case scenario. I would have probably blocked them. Everett says this is my new YouTube account because I lost the password to my main. Oh hey, well, welcome back. Welcome back, Everett. Zach says, how long have you been at it for Deoxys? You know, I started a little over an hour ago. So yeah, welcome in, Zach. Welcome out. Everett says, how's everyone doing? We're having a pretty good night, or at least I am. Hope everyone else is. Alex Zam says, I hate and love the character limit. Mill says, my dumb phone is bugging me. I've got to get a new one. My port is messed up. It won't charge like it need to. Zach says, I'm so sorry if you answered. I missed it. Sorry, I stay backed up on the chats. Mill says, I'm trying to get a membership. Mill says, might have to try on computer. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. You don't have to do that, Mills. Ingrid, oh, yo. Nova just gave 5 memberships. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Nova. Y'all, can we get some W's in the chat for Nova? Yo. I love how Mills used the shocked Pikachu face. So yes, nice. Thank you, Nova. Coming next, fire members. This is like, sometimes I feel like it's a dream. I really do. Because this is what I love to do, y'all. This is truly what I love to do. And y'all just are so good to me. Good game to the peeps who got the members. Oh yes. Today is the first stream for it that we've been able to have members and super chats and all that. And it's been an amazing stream. And also the first stream where I build a shiny hunt, you know, a ticket Pokemon, if you will. So I'm ready to see this shiny yellow alien too. It's the least I could do for y'all. You know, it says I just started up my PC too. Haha. Oh, nice, nice. No need to worry. You are a member, brother. Never says, I was hoping Mills and Whisper would have gotten one. Mills says, Nick family growing. It is, man. It is friggin' growing. Like Popeye's arms. Yo, Sam says, Destiny Deoxys, peace and love to Nick's fire community. Yo, Sam, thank you so much. Y'all, that is friggin' huge. Thank y'all so much. I promise y'all, it will go to a good cause. And I will find a way to put it back into the stream somehow. With a will, there's a way. So it's just, I really didn't know what to expect on this stream, and y'all are absolutely just melting my heart. And Gamer, welcome in, Gamer. I wish I could give you shiny, but you just being here means a lot. Mill says, let's make Nick quit his job and stream full time for us. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't stop you. I guess everyone's got to have a dream. What was that? What was that from? Hustle and Flow? Everyone's got to have a dream. Shine says, W, Gifter. Yes. Mills says, just you wait till I get my check. But thank you, Mills. I'm going to make sure I got some money on my card before I pop in your stream. I want to see that cake in the face. Zach says, oh, good. Like I said, like y'all just being here means a lot. Everett says, currently soft resetting for a shiny rollet right now because I finally got my hands on an Ultra Moon copy. Nice. I'm proud of you for, you know, doing the hardcore reset like that. I love that. I love it. And if any of y'all are shiny hunting, please let me know what you're up to. Everett says, dude, this community is just so generous. It is. No, this community is embedded and built upon positivity, love, hospitality. Absolutely. ZZ. What's going on, ZZ? Good to see you again. Welcome in, welcome in. Kitson says, where did Jason go? I think it was him who I promised to help the shiny hunt the other day. Jason says, the Lola starters are shiny huntable. There's Jason. Mill says, Cake Slam is going to be awesome. Yes, dude. Yes. I will be thoroughly upset if I miss it. So I'm going to do everything I can to be there. Sam says, Nova, thank you for the gifted membership. Jason says, I'm here, Kitsune. Kitsune says, yes, Jason. Whisper says, what? Please tell me I'm just dirty minded and that's not what you meant by that. I'm not sure. Kara says, I'd gift more, but, you know, wife, 3 kids. Thought back. Co, like I said, dude, you do so much for the channel, too. Like, y'all, Co clipped a short for me and edited it out of the kindness of his heart. So, friggin' big W to Co, y'all. Just, like, and he answers my questions, like, when I have, like, as far as, like, what to do, is like, as far as memberships or, you know, get things set up, like, y'all, we gotta show Co some love as well, because Co does a lot for this channel behind the scenes. Like, truly does. Jason says, was it Galar that started locking the starters? I think it was Galar. I love Sword and Shield. That was unfortunate. Noah says, yeah, it was. Whisper says, okay, it's just me. Kitsune says, Jason, was it you I promised to help shiny hunt? Everett says, this is actually my first reset hunt. Oh, nice. Hey, stick with it. Persistence. Persistence. And, Co says, yeah, I love the heck out of them. PokeOBG says, W, Co. Yes, big W, Co. ZZ says, yes, finally shiny, charm, and sword and shield. You found a shiny? Congratulations, ZZ. Nova says, W, Co. Yes, big W for Co. Whisper says, yo, thank you, Nova. Even though I didn't get one, thank you for helping the community. We'll get you going, Whisper. We'll get you going. Mel says, Nick, you have a huge community someday, 100k subs, and wait till you start making some stacks. Well, I promise y'all, the money that I do make starting off is going to be put back into the stream some way, somehow. I want to be able to give back. And, you know, even if I ever did make stacks, I probably wouldn't waste money on a house in the hills. It's just not my style. But if I did have a house, y'all are invited to the party. It's going to be a good party. Yo! Cosmic! Yo! What just happened? On it. This is my first stream with memberships and super chats. Yo, I'm very remedial YouTuber. What just happened? Yo! Did that just say 50 memberships? What? It's still going. Cosmic, you are an absolute shiny legendary. Holy crap. Game Boy Cardi was gifted a membership as well. Let's go. ZZ said, holy dang. Yeah, that's pretty much the extent of my vocabulary right now. Holy dang. Cosmic, thank you. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Y'all. I think everyone's like pretty much saying all I can say, oh my god. So thank you. Thank you. W. Yes, I was about to say, yeah, freaking, can we get make sure it's a capital W for Cosmic? Sam says, Cosmic, are you Deoxys? Deoxys himself? So, thank you for being here, Cosmic. Holy crap. Jay says, oh, it's a shiny. W, shiny. Meaning cosmic is the shiny. That is huge, y'all. Mill says Nick is gonna blow. Oh, y'all. Oh my goodness. That is wild. 250. Yo, that is wild. I cannot thank y'all enough. Holy crap. Co says yes, 50. They dropped 200. Oh man. How can I give back? I've got to find a shiny Deoxys right now. Holy crap. Eaterball says, hey yo, I got gifted. Thanks. Hey, thanks Cosmic. Cosmic has really blessed me. And a lot of y'all have blessed me tonight. So that is freaking huge. Holy crap, y'all. That is monumental. Sam says Whisper is random, don't worry. Zach says last comment it got buried. Is this Fire Red or some different version? Yep, this is base Fire Red. So what we do is we take cartridges, like any game I shiny hunt on. Pokemon, oh, I'm sorry, y'all probably heard that. We're at Pokemon Ruby. And same with Fire Red, you know, you take the cartridge, download, you know, your back up your ROM and back up your save file through your GB flash. So that's what I do, because I'd be afraid to download something from a site and get a virus otherwise. Co says, wait, shiny Pokemon hunts is cosmic? Really? Wait, shiny, wait. You're telling me shiny Pokemon hunts is cosmic? No way. Y'all, if y'all haven't checked out shiny Pokemon hunts, then I would definitely do that as well. Holy freaking crap. Mill says new emojis on the way now too. You got a new emoji every 20 new members? Oh yeah. So I gotta get some emojis going on, y'all. Holy crap. No way. Penguin says no way, y'all. No friggin' way. Penguin, thank you so freaking much. Oh my god, y'all. Oh my god. Zach says couldn't happen to a better dude. No, y'all are so good to me, y'all. I'm gonna find y'all a shiny. I don't really know anything other. I promise y'all the money will go to a good cause. I will put the money back into the stream. I will find a way to make it go to a good cause one way or another. It just means the world to me, y'all. Holy freaking crap. Mill says make Nick stream full time. Yeah, right now I work 7 days a week as far as when you combine, you know, serving tables and editing thumbnails, shorts, live streaming. But I don't consider this work. This is what I do for fun. So it's like I'm always doing something 7 days a week, and if I quit my serving job, I would still be working 7 days a week, but on this. Never says, guys, give poor Nick a break. He can't take all this. I know this is a stimulate. I'm overstimulated. Penguin says, cheers, y'all. I'm gonna go back to bed. Thank you for popping in, Penguin. Oh my god, that $50 donation is freaking monumental. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, Penguin. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you, Penguin. Y'all, Penguin is one of our great friends here. And as you can see, very great character, very generous personality. Oh man. And I know a lot of y'all new viewers, have mentioned, this is a very generous community, and I take a lot of pride in that. That this channel has grown into that, and y'all have helped every step of the way. Oh man. Whisper says, everyone's saying night to Penguin now? I know, right? Raider says, what up? How are we doing here? I'm doing good, Raider Rob. I'm doing good. And a matter of fact, for Raider Rob, where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Okay, well, apparently it's in the dirty clothes, but I was going to show you my Brock Bowers jersey. I'm a big Georgia Bulldogs fan, so I was going to show you that, but welcome in, Raider Rob. Welcome in. Co says we only have been live for 1.5 hours. I know, brother. This is a crazy good stream. Holy moly. Everett says everyone in this community needs a mansion, 6 supercars, and the entirety of the company of Nintendo, including you, Nick. I don't really have money, but I named the Rolex after you. Everett, you are very rich in personality and character, and that means more than money to me. To say I don't judge people is a lie. I judge people on how you treat others. That's pretty much it. And y'all are some of the best people. Jason says, that is insane, Co. Co says, that's what you get when you have a community like Nick does. Y'all are just so good to me. Raider Rob says, thanks. Feeling welcomed. It's this community, man. It's this community. It's been very much built and embedded in hospitality, positivity, everything the friggin' world needs. So thank y'all so much. This is my happy place. I know that Mill says, Nick, this is only the beginning, man. It's true. But I know that this is some of y'all's happy place, and that's why, like, sometimes y'all see I get very, like, defensive, of when people pop in here and they want to be stupid, or they want to be friggin', like, disrespectful is a better word. No, like, I don't put up with that. Not one bit. Because I love y'all. I got that kind of true, pure, genuine love for y'all. Cosmic says, also, Nick, you should have more slots for emotes. Oh yeah, so to explain on that, I applied the other day, and then this morning before work, I only had like 45 minutes, and I had to put in my tax information, put in all this stuff, and then I set up badges, and I set up, like, I think 1 emote. But my next day off is Wednesday, so I will definitely take Wednesday and make sure members are took care of, and we got a great membership thing going on. So I will make sure that happens. Absolutely, Cosmic. Jason says, I wonder how much he'll get by the end of the stream. Just y'all's company, like, just seeing so many familiar faces in here tonight is really, really just, it's been what I need. This is what I need to start the week. Like I said, it was a really good day at work too. So to end the day here, Jason says, we love you too, Nick. Thank you, Jason. Y'all are so good to me. Jay says, hugs, Grizz. You're not in the dark with us. Never. When you're here, you're not alone. And if you have something troubling you, I promise you there's someone in this chat that can help you on, like, a very true, deep level. If I can't, someone here can. Nova says, stars. I can't believe this. Nick, this is incredible, isn't it? It really freaking is, Nova. It's mind-blowing. Especially when this is, like, what I love to do. Sam says, same, Grizzly. ZZ says, good. That I live next to a bakery. I got one down the street from me. I need to check them out more often. Kaya says, also, the more members we have, the more emotes we get. Sam says, chocolate cake. Mmm. Grizzly says, Sam, hugs. Jay, hugs. Jay says, this is so cool. Oh my god, I'm so excited for Nick. Thank y'all so much. This is a little overwhelming. In a good way. So let's get this shiny Deoxys, y'all. Ko says, join the Discord. Always have my phone on me, and my DMs are always open. And I did manage to put the link for the Discord in the description of the stream. So it's not just in the description of the channel now. It's in the description of the stream. I think if you just go all the way to the bottom of the description, it'll be there. Grizzly says, really excited for you, bro. Yeah, I'm really excited that I get to spend time with y'all, and y'all bring out the best version of me to where I can truly, and I hope the same can be reciprocated to y'all, that being in this community is such a breath of fresh air and positivity and a relaxation that you can really hunker down and achieve your endeavors of whatever you want to do, whatever may be troubling you. This is where we get past it. This is where we move forward. Alexander says, Nick for president. I've got to vote for Worm for president. Well, Worm's the mod of the Discord. So is Ko. Jason says, what'd they say, Everett? Eaterball says, you deserve it, man. You put in the hard work and you're engaging and you're a great dude. Thank you, Eaterball. Thank you so much. It's just, like I said, to illustrate my point, I mean, y'all bring out the best version of me. Y'all really do. Mills says, Nick, I gave you a shout out on my stream earlier today too, by the way. Hey, thank you, Mills. Thank you, brother. If you haven't checked out Mills' stream or Mills' channel, please do that, because you're gonna find me in there Wednesday night for his birthday stream, or for Wednesday during the day. Everett says, I think something disrespectful enough to get banned, I think. Jason says, wow. Mills says, I want to see you hit 1K subs soon. Thank you, Mills. Thank you, brother. I want to see you hit 100K. Grizzly says, oh, sorry. Went a little fast there. Alexander says, Nick, can you look at my request? I'll do that. ZZ says, did Kitsune leave the stream, Jason? Jason says, this is normal Deoxys, Grizzly. You know, I wasn't even sure myself. You know, I mentioned earlier when I was trying to like download, like, where is he at? This guy right here. There was like 4 different forms. Well, really 8, because a shiny and a non-shiny. And I was like, oh, which one is it? And then one had a twisted arms, and then I like look at the head comparison. I was like, which one is it? I knew it wasn't the defensive one. He looks freaking massive. But yeah, do they evolve into an attack Deoxys if he's got like an attack stat? Like, I really don't know how Deoxys works. Mills says, Nick, you're the GOAT. Grizzly says, thank you. Mills with the shocked Pikachu emojis. Jay says, speaking of Discord mods, I've been meaning to apply for this position, but I keep... And a Kitsune says, I'm just shiny hunting. Sorry, the chat moving really fast today. I love it though. Burger says, I have the live running in my back. Sorry, I'm having late dinner with my wife and talking about our day. I'm very grateful for the membership and we'll be on after dinner. Hey, take your time, Burger. Take your time. Hey, family time is very important to me. It's very important. ZZ says, what's your hunting? Well, you know, honestly, I've never caught a Deoxys, period. So, whatever form it may end up being, you know, I'll be happy with it. I like the defensive one, I think, the best. I mean, it looks friggin' massive. And there's Kitsune. Whisper says, yo, can we get chat requested wall background stuff? Chat requested wall background stuff? What do you mean, Whisper? Wall background stuff? If there's a way to maybe do that, if there's any way you can put that in Discord, if there's a way to like improve a stream, I'm taking suggestions, because Wednesday I'm gonna be hitting it pretty hardcore. Sam says Deoxys is in the DNA, and the reason why I say is put it in the Discord, so I have a spot to like go back and find stuff pretty easily. Sam says Deoxys is the DNA Pokemon, DNA being the complex molecule that encodes life itself. So it is fitting for the milestone stream. The future is a blank slate that can be written at any time. Oh wow, I love that, Sam. It is really fitting then. Kitson says, really, anything's easy? I'm kind of bored and violent. It was funny, on the last stream, someone asked about a Deoxys hunt. I was like, do you know how to get it set up? And I was so genuine with that. I was like, do you know how? And so I finally, and actually, y'all, it only took me like literally an hour to get it figured out. And I've been trying for months, but I sat down the other day, tried to give it another go, and I figured everything out in 1 hour. I was kind of proud of myself there. ZZ says, maybe, OMG. Kitson says, I have like 300 of each herba. Yeah, I remember you saying that in the last stream, Kitson. You said you got hundreds of herba. You're a big help. Sam says, LOL, sorry, Alexam. I sometimes get the urge to write. Alexam says, LOL. ZZ says, how did I spot that shiny slowpoke? Ooh. That's a good one. Jason says, the thick-armed one is the defense, the two-armed one is speed, and the DNA-shaped arms is normal, and the pointed head without the twisted arms is attack. So even though he's got twisted arms, is this still the normal one? Whisper says, like on you wall, you post a pic of wall stuff and we vote and you order it for wall behind you. Oh, I've already paid $60 for my neighbor. He's already got them on the wall behind me. He's got, well, I was kind of wanting it to be a surprise, but, yeah, I've got some stuff back there. But what we can do, okay, I'll just go ahead and tell y'all. One is a Pokeball Pokeframe, one is a Great Ball Pokeframe, and one is an Ultra Ball Pokeframe. So Nova, as y'all know, is an amazing poet. I'm having one of her shiny hunting poems put up in one of the frames, and so we could vote on what could be in the picture frame. So I like that compromise there. I like that. ZZ says, can I give you a code this time? Kitson says, sure. Sam says, also, Deoxys Cry is iconic for real. I'm just excited just about catching one. Like, I'm breaking my Deoxys virginity here. I haven't caught one in any game, ever. ZZ says, FRDC47. ZZ says, I'm gonna grab a slice of chocolate cake. Grizzly says, we're proud of you, Nick. Thank you, Grizzly. It means a lot, brother. Jason says, this is normal Deoxys you're battling. Perfect. And is this normal as well? Because the attack one looked a little different. And let's see here. Kitson says, ZZ, we should see if anyone else wants to join. And Yo Betty White says, any Pokemon you find attractive? I want to date a Dunsparce. But why, Betty? But why Dunsparce? Where's the attraction there? I'm not judging. I'm just curious. Just a little curious, is all. And welcome in. Welcome in, Betty. Kitson says, Jason, do you want to join us again? Sam says, Jason, did Deoxys debut in Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald? I'm thinking Emerald. I don't think it was in Ruby and Sapphire. Jason says, I don't know, Sam. Everett says, I might take a little break to draw away from roulette for a bit. Hey, take your time. Take your time. Jason said, not this time. Kitson says, okay. Whisper says, for mods in chat, can a server be made in Discord where we post poems and stuff? There's already a channel where we post poems, like a for that, actually. So I highly invite you to post, any poems that you may have in that channel. Sam says, it was catchable in Omega Ruby, Nick. You not played the DS remix? Oh, I'm sure it was in Omega Ruby, but it wasn't in Ruby. Well, what I have. But, I haven't played Omega Ruby in years. And when I finally beat the game, what really made me mad, because I gave the game away and sold my DS, I realized afterwards you can fly around the map, and I was like, oh man, I wish I wouldn't have sold it. So, it's probably a good reason for me to go back and play it. Kitson says, ZZ, we can start. Whisper says, really? Let me check. Judical, welcome in, Judical. Hope you're doing well. Sam says, with the success of this stream, I think Deoxys should be added to Nick's hunt list. Ooh, thank you for letting me know that. See, can I get Jirachi and Fire Red? Or, yeah, I think I can. One of my next hunts that I want to get figured out as far as like an insertion ticket is Mew. Kitson says, there we go, never mind. Hopper says, Judah, what up? PokeOBG says, I gotta sleep, brother, work tomorrow, have an amazing stream. Hey, thank you for being here, PokeOBG. That means a lot, brother. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night, man. Whisper says, just read a few, Cinema. Hopper says, later, OBG, have a good night, brother. Everett says, bro, I love poetry. Might take a crack at a longer poem for the poem channel later. Please do, please do. Highly invite you to do that, Everett. Nova says, okay, I'm back. Yeah, we had a few people asking about the poems in the Discord, if there was a channel for it, and oh, there absolutely is. And there's some good stuff in there. From our very own Nova, of course. And some others as well. Sam says, welcome back, Nova. Nova says, also, Nick, my mom says, oh my god, congratulations, Nick, that is monumental. Proud of you. Tell your mom I said thank you so much. It means so much to me. So tell her I said thank you, Tracy. I really appreciate that. Jade says, good night, OBG. Nova says, night, OBG. Sam says, oh, Nova's mom. Everett says, hey, Nick, do you have a brilliant diamond or shining pearl? Which one did I have? It was brilliant diamond. That's what I had. And I did like I do on most games. I give the Pokemon game away and sold that Switch. I just wasn't playing it. But it was fun though. I enjoyed it. PokeOBG says good night, Hop. Good night, Jay. Good night, Nova. Good night, everyone. Nova says the US of A. Ko says, who wants the poems? Nova says, or excuse me, Jason says, to answer your question about the shine Deoxys on the top left of the screen, that is a normal Deoxys. Perfect. Thank you, Jason. Just want to make sure I didn't have like the attack one here, and you know what I'm saying. Ko says, also, I made a channel in Discord where people suggest things to do on stream. Thank you. Thank you, Ko. Like, y'all, can we get a big W for Ko? Because that right there can be something that can be monumental in itself to improving the stream. And just taking suggestions from y'all and implementing them into action. Sam says Shiny Pearl was a game. Yeah, and like I said, I sold the game, or gave the game away and sold the console. Jason says, I never sell my Switch or 3DS. Nova says www co. ZZ says water sandwich. I can do it. Good old water sandwich. Jay says, oh Nick, Rye said hi, congrats, and I'm too. I had to tell him I'm sorry if you wanted to. Good, no, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm not big on like when I'm in someone else's stream. I kind of talked about this on the last stream, I think actually. How I'm not big on like promoting myself on others. Like when I pop in Game Boy Cardi stream, he'll ask me like, and sometimes like I let him ask like twice. You know, he'll be like, "How are your hunts going? How are your hunts?" I mean, then I'll answer with like something modest, you know, sometimes. But I'm not trying to like draw attention to my channel when I'm just like trying to chill in someone else's stream, you know. So I appreciate you actually telling Rye though, because I would have kind of like been bad. Yeah, that wouldn't have been my style. To have been like, yo, guess what? You can come to my channel now and get memberships. So I appreciate that, Jay. That's actually really cool of you. Thank you. Sam says, Jason, I still have my DSi XL and my Switch, but I sold my red Nintendo 2DS, which was Omega Ruby edition. No. You know, I've sold things that I kind of wish I didn't sell, but it's like at the time. If I'm not playing it, it's just like, it's hard for me to justify like hanging on to it, because I've moved a lot in my life, and I always downsize too. And Alakazam says, did you see my request? I think maybe. Were you asking to be a mod or something like that? Jay says, okay, I'll do all the promoting for you. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Ever says, the fun part about Brilliant is none of the legends are shiny locked, meaning that you can hunt things like Arceus, the only legit way to get the shiny, Shaman, all the legends from Gen 1 to 3. That is pretty cool. Sam says, that is cool. Yeah, it really is. Jason says, oof, sorry to hear that, Sam. Kitson says, follow to lake. Ko says, PC above everything. Not gonna lie. Yeah, this is my first PC I've had in my life. I mean, you know, there's a family computer, you know, that I played on maybe a little bit, but I saved up money. Because when I started the YouTube channel, November 3rd of 2025, for the first like month or two, well, maybe the first 3 months of the channel, actually, at least, all I had was a phone. I didn't even have a computer. So definitely wasn't shiny hunting. That was just, more than anything, that was just me practicing editing. Because I never really edited anything before. Kind of fell in love with CapCut and just how like, easy it makes editing. So, you know, baby steps. Alexander says, yeah, I was asking about mod. Were you wanting to be a mod? Jay says, okay, I'm gonna brag to everyone about you getting your YTP. Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much, brother. And you definitely have bragging rights on that because, I mean, you know, I mean, it just be, used to be just me and Jay just shooting the shit. Sam says, Nick, did you eat before and after stream? Or do you eat before and after stream? I definitely try. As of lately, I've learned that that's a mistake to start stream and not eat beforehand, or at least eat a little something. So I do eat before stream, and sometimes I forget to like eat after stream. I'll just like go to bed. But I mean, I've had dinner. Sam says, hydration reminder, Nick. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll definitely ooh, that's a good little neck crack. And actually, I might take a little 3-minute break and go get me another drink. And use the restroom and kind of just knock out a quick little break. But wow, the 50s is still showing up there. Y'all, that is freaking huge. That is in the 50 memberships. Holy crap. $50 and 50 memberships. Whoa. So I'll be right back. Alright, Shady's back. Back again. Alakazam says, "Co, I just saw your message about him looking at the stud post." Kitson says, "It's a Paradox version of Salamence. That is a really good, competitively." Co says, "Nah, I got you, Alakazam, no worries." Jay says, "Oh, thanks, Ariza. I'll name one after you if I ever get a shiny char." Hey Jay, I've been meaning to ask you on that. So how, last time I asked you, I think you were like right at 12,000 resets for that shiny Charmander. So I was wanting to know if you've done any shiny hunting lately. ZZ says game crash. Oh, we hate that. Kitsune says LOL. Ko says, still no shiny char? Nova says, BRB, mom's calling me. Oh, take your time, Nova, take your time. Jay says, nope, been on a break a bit. That's good though. That's good. You gotta take a break. As I say, your mind is a muscle, and even though it may not be that tedious, to some degree, it's like, you know, you've got to be able to give your mind a break from it. Because shiny hunting the hardcore OG way, like you're doing, soft resetting, it is a grind. And, you know, persistence is the only thing that gets it. But you've got to, you know, pace it too. So I'm proud of you, brother. Really proud of you. And let's see here. Code says, I don't blame you, to be honest. Z says, you give code or my game will crash again. Code says, Nick, not gonna lie, I'm not gonna do any shiny hunts for a while. Every PokeTuber I watch shiny hunts. Yeah, that's pretty much the thing. You know, it's becoming more and more popular. You know, like I feel like 5 years ago, like no one was shiny hunting, like streaming wise. But it's becoming very, very popular. So that might be a pretty smooth move just to kind of maybe do a playthrough or something different, you know. Sam says his palms are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. What is it? It's, yo, his palms are sweaty. Neat, weak arms are heady. His vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous. But on the surface, he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking now. He's choking now. The clock runs out. Time's up. Over. Wow. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes rabbit. Nope. Sorry. Let me get back to engaging in chat here. Captain Oliver says, thanks to whoever gave a membership. And then you heard that and you're like, wait, never mind. I'm just kidding. But yeah, welcome in, Captain. How you doing? Sam says, go off, Nick. I'm sorry. Oh, Sam baited me. Sam baited me. You knew what you were doing, Sam. You know I've got to rap Eminem. Kitson says he's spitting bars. I think that's how Americans say it. And no, that was actually on point, Kitsun. If I was actually indeed spitting bars. Sam says smashed it. Ko says that was so good that you might for real gonna get copyrighted. I would take that as a compliment. To get copyrighted. Like, you know what? That sounded too much like Marshall. That was Marshall. Doing a live performance. I've done a few of his verses on stream. Like Without Me, I think I've done that one pretty much like all the way through. I've done a few. I think I did Kill Shot almost like halfway through one day. Sam says, I remember being like 8 years old rapping Eminem, which was normal for the time. Oh yeah, I mean, Eminem's been around back when I was a kid too. Two trailer park girls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Two trailer park girls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Ahmed, what's going on? How you doing, Ahmed? Welcome back in. Good to see you again. Says, are you shiny hunting on Switch? No, I'm on a PC, but I do take cartridges and put them in a GB flash dumper, and that's how I get them onto the PC. But we will be shiny hunting on Switch soon. Sam says, what do Americans call school before high school? Middle school. Ko says middle school. ZZ says middle school. Hopper says, Ahmed, welcome in. Jay says, hey, Ahmed. And Ko says, and before is primary school. Or elementary school. And Sam says, and before middle school? Elementary school. Where you got like kindergarten through 5th grade. But then you got pre-K. Kitson says, I created a monster, cause nobody wants to see Marshall no more. They want Shetty. I'm chopped liver. So you want Shetty, this is what I'll give you. A little bit of me mixed with some hot liquor, some vodka to jumpstart my heart quicker than a shot when I get shocked at the hospital by the doctor when I'm not cooperating, when I'm rocking the table while he's operating. You waited so long, so start debating, cause I'm back, I'm on the rack and ovulating. I know that you got a job, Miss Cheney, but your husband's heart problem's complicating. So the FCC won't let me be, or let me be me, so let me see. They try to shut me down on MTV, but it feels so empty without me. So Co says we have 572 subs and 571 after that. I'm just kidding. Shiny says preschool. Hopper says what's good, Shiny? Hey, what's going on, Shiny? How you doing, brother? Glad you're in here, brother. So glad you're in here. If y'all haven't checked out Shiny Pokemon hunts, now's a good time to do it. Kelly says, nah, Shiny. Nah, W me. You are the G unit. Ahmed said, before elementary school, there is the maternity ward. Good point. And Kitsune says, Kitsune says, that should be a short. Especially if we found the Shiny like right afterwards. I would have to include it. Shiny says W, Hopper. Sam says the FCC won't let me be, so Shiny says just chilling, thinking about fixing cubes. Jason says cubes. I guess one of my first thoughts was, you know, where you take an empty ice tray and then fill it up with like some like juice or something, then put saran wrap over it, and then take like a little, what am I trying to say, like the things that ice cream come on, like, you know, the little cardboard looking sticks, you stick those down in there and then let it freeze, and then you got like a little, you know, you got a little something on a stick when it freezes. Sam says, have you listened to Majesty, Eminem and Nicki Minaj? His verse in that is fire. Actually, no, I don't think I have. Believe it or not. Sam says, LOL, laughing my ass off, Ahmed. Shiny says, GameCubes. Oh, love that, Shiny. Whisper says, I just came back and all I heard was rap. Yeah, I got baited into some Eminem rapping. Nova says, I'm back again. Jason says, nice, Shiny. Ahmed says, Eminem doesn't bring any luck with shiny Pokemon, unfortunately. You're right, Ahmed. As much Eminem rapping as I've done, he hasn't blessed us. Now, the Crocodile Hunter, we were shiny hunting, who was it? Maybe a Rayquaza? The first ever, like, Rayquaza hunt. And I said something about the Crocodile Hunter, and then he popped up. I was like, and he Rayquaza kind of is like a reptile looking thing to me. So I was like, did you just bless us? Popsicle stick. Thank you, Whisper. Thank you. Thank you. CZ says, oh, I'm getting sick again. You know, I thought I was, Everett says I like Kendrick. Oh, I love some Kendrick. I can't even listen to Drake anymore after that album dropped. Like, not in public anyway. Like, not even by myself too. It's like there's still that standard of just like, I can't listen to you, Drake, which hurts too, because I used to listen to a lot of Drake, but that Loverboy music doesn't mean that much to me. But yeah, I bumped some Kendrick, and I thought I was getting sick myself, you know, when my voice is going out. I think I was at work, and it happened like once at work today. And I started to talk and started to go out, and I think someone like they like took a little step back from me when I was talking to them because they thought I was like sick or something. I think it's just allergies. Whisper says Penguin has 2,000 points. Yeah, Penguin came in and donated $50 on stream. So that was very, very generous. David says, all I heard was crocodile hunter. Met him twice when I was younger. Oh, David, that is awesome, dude. Yeah, I brought him up, and then the shiny popped up, the shiny Rayquaza, like 2 months ago or something like that. But yeah, welcome in, David. That was my childhood idol. And that was like, of all deaths to like, you know, first celebrity death to like really like slap me in the face. That was it. It was like, of all people too, like the crocodile hunter. Like, what are you talking about? He dead. He can't die. I've seen him wrestle a crocodile. I was like, oh wait, how did he die? Like, what kind of crocodile got him? Like, you know what I'm saying? A stingray. Like, I still haven't fully wrapped my head around that. Whisper says, yeah, I Dothan all the time. Dothan. I think Dothan, Alabama. Because you got to go through Dothan. I think it's Dothan. You got to go through before you get to Panama City Beach, Florida. Sam says, Dog the Bounty Hunter. ZZ says, let's hunt giraffe rig for Nick. Yeah, I was at work, I guess it was yesterday, and I saw this kid come in, and he had a Pokemon Go shirt on. And I was like, oh, you like Pokemon? He's like, yeah. I was like, well, I shiny hunt Pokemon. I lost a shiny giraffe rig last night. Would you believe it? And he was like, did you really? I was like, yeah, man. It's not cool. And, you know, the parents loved it. I was like, you know, talking to their kid about Pokemon. They always love that. Especially, like, as a server, if you're engaging, like, with the kids. Like, some degree, like... Alexam says going to go bye, everyone. Hey, thank you for being here, Alexam. Sam says, bye, Alexam. Take care, friend. Hopper says, later, Alexam. David says, Steve Irwin survived a physical mouth-to-mouth encounter with the world's most venomous snake, but got bested by a bitch-ass stingray. Yeah, I know. I know. Like, and the thing is, like, you know, I used to live at the beach, a couple of different beaches. I never had that. Even after, like, knowing what I know now, like, I still can't have that. Like, I don't know, man. It just don't even make any sense. But, Whisper says, he died by a stingray? Yes, Whisper. Yeah, that's how we lost the great Steve Irwin. It doesn't even sound right. And it's hard to, like, put it into true words. If you didn't grow up, like how I grew up, watching him on Animal Planet literally wrestle crocodiles. And like David said, kiss the world's most venomous snake. I mean, Fish and Garrett learned his ways from him. I mean, yoink. I mean, Steve Irwin invented the yoink. ZZ says, nah, I know a spot. ZZ says, I only need a size sandwich. Kitson says, oh wait, I was thinking of a giraffe rig. Jason says, that's right, Whisper. Kitson says, okay, let me look it up real quick. ZZ says, I need to be in sandwich for boost. ZZ says, come to me. Well, whatever y'all hunt for, good luck on that. David says, where I live in Australia, we have 500-pound stingrays. Brother. Dang. And, you know, it's the barbs on the tail is, you know, how he got him. He wasn't, in case y'all, just to clarify, he wasn't eaten by a stingray. It was the tail. And if I'm not mistaken, as far as the details go, he was swimming over the stingray, and the stingray obviously felt threatened, and it pointed its tail upward, and the tail went through him. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know any details after that, but I can assure you, I mean, he pretty much knew it was over there. very unfortunate. Like I said, that was my childhood hero. I know David has a great appreciation for Steve Irwin as well, being Australian as well. So yeah, again, welcome in, David. Kitsune says, ZZ, come here. Whisper says, by the way, when I scroll down, all I see is brain around. It is sad that brain rot is still this prevalent and this big in 2026. You know, it really is amazing, the amount of just. It reminds me of when someone told me when I broke up, I was going through a breakup, and they're like, Nick, there's plenty of other fish in the sea, but there's also a lot of trash in the sea, so you gotta watch out for that. I've been laughing about that for 7 years now. Sam says, David, I live in Australia too, right now. Zizi says, Nick, we're hunting your fell. Hey, best of luck to y'all. I want y'all to get that draft rig. When you get them, I'm just kidding. And the Toscus says, if any shine anytime soon, I'm putting it all on red. I love that. Welcome in, welcome in. Sam says, I can't swim because my phobia of great white sharks has become too big. David says, Stingray thought he was a predator and the barb went through his heart. Yep. That's exactly what happened, David. And it's so unfortunate. Ko says, I'm still here. Z says, for Nick. Thank you, thank you. Ko says, what, like 6'7"? You know, 6'7". I got a really good joke, but it's not stream appropriate. So, probably shouldn't even said anything. But it's a good one, though. Just know it's a good one. Z says, what two thing? Jason says, when I'm not thinking about Steve Irwin, I sometimes think that their tails are like the horseshoe crab tails. Horseshoe crab tails are mostly used to flip themselves over. Oh yeah, and those things are cool. I think it's the aquarium up in Gatlinburg. They got this little exhibit thing where you can go in, like, pick up the little horseshoe crabs, look underneath them, you know, put them back in the water, or whatever they're in. Zizi says, sour herba. Kitson says, sorry, I was handling another troll on the same thing I talked about earlier. You know, knock on wood, I don't feel like we've had any trolls so far on this stream. It's like actually kind of weird, because I feel for my mods. It used to be for a while there. It was like they were putting in some work. Like I feel like like y'all need to be on the payroll. Crap. I'm so blessed to have amazing mods. Sam says, like Homer lets the Bard out. Why you little? Ko says, W Nova. Jay says, yeah, I'm here too. Nova says, we just lurking. Hey, I love that. Sam says, horseshoe crabs are older than the dinosaurs. Dang, I didn't know that, Sam. I gotta tell Jason that. Jason would love to know that. Jason's very big into like amphibians and reptiles. Jay says, LOL. Everett says, you live near Tennessee? I do, actually. I live in Georgia. Georgia. I got mother Georgia on my mind. David says, a horseshoe crab's blood goes for like an ounce? What? That is crazy. It makes me sick to think about like those poachers that like hunt endangered animals. Like just like for the monetization of it, like those are the worst people. Those people, if they come in the chat, block them. Hopper says W, no trolls. Alright, not yet anyway. Kitson says, you're lucky, Nick. These trolls have been bombarding me with hateful comments. I'm sorry to hear that, Kitson. Kitsun says psychic and encounter won't stack for this type, but I have the shine charm that works for both of us. Nova says Ma's asking all about the YouTube memberships, so I'm gonna show her everything. Oh, that's cool. Please do, Nova. I love that. And Chronic says, moss. Funny thing about moss. Did you know Spanish moss is neither Spanish nor moss, but yet an herb more closely related to the pineapple? So a little useless fun fact there for the day. So, welcome in, Chronics. Jason says, I wish I could find a living horseshoe crab. I found 4.5, sadly. All dead when I found them. Oh, man. Chronic says, hope you get the shiny Deoxys early. Hey, thank you, thank you. You know, it's not about the, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. It's about the friends that we make along the way. And, you know, it really is. I mean, I'm not just saying that. It really is about the journey. Because I love doing this. I really do. Sam says, Jason, we share a love for reptiles. And Pokemon cards, what's going on? How are you doing? Hope you're having a great Monday. Ko says 40 likes. Hey, and we've only been streaming for a little over 2 hours now. So that's a pretty good number there. Ko says, hey Pokemon cards. Hopper says, what up Pokemon cards? Jay says, like goal 50. Hey, I'm sure we can get that up to 50 likes. I'm sure I know we're going to make that happen. If we got 40 in 2 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Pokemon card says, mass hunting Shalfa Litwick. Ooh, that's a good one. W on that freaking decision to hunt that. Jay says, Nick, can you pin that kid? Okay, I'm glad I looked down. He said, can you pin that comment? I was like, can you pin that kid? I was like, yeah, I can pin him yeah, you know, as a wrestler, of course I can pin him. 1, 2, 3. Pow! But, pin the comment. Which comment? Oh, like goal 50? Pin message. Message pinned. Beautiful. And let's see here. Hopper says, Tokimon. Yo, Tokimon, what's going on? How are you doing? Good to see you. I saw you in someone else's stream the other day. It could have been Rybo's stream, or it could have been Game Boy Cardi's stream. I'm not sure. But either way, good to see you, Tokimon. Jay says, the like goal comment? Gotcha. Tokimon says, sup, Hopper? Jay says, W, nice. Sam says, hey, Tokimon. Yes, we love Tokimon here. Ko says, W, Nick with the big brain. That always makes me think of that Pulp Fiction scene where he's like, what do they call a quarter pounder with cheese in France? He's like, because you know they don't call it a quarter pounder with cheese. You know why that is? He's like, because of the metric system. He's like, oh, check out the big brains on bread. Before he like literally blows his brains out. Tokimon says, sup, Sam? Sam says, we can do 50. Oh, I know we can do 50. Oh, I know it. ZZ says, Ariza 1 or 2. Jay says, Toke, brother, hey. Kitsune says, question mark. Tokimon says, I was rated to Rybo from Sam the Pokemon. Sam the Pokemon. You know, I remember Sam the Pokemon actually popping in, and I did give a sub to Sam the Pokemon. Haven't checked out any of his content really, other than like his most like recent stream that I looked at. But yeah, that's awesome. Tokimon says, yo, brother Jay. ZZ says 1 or 2. Kitsune says and or. Kitsune says 1 or 2 what? Jason says, I wish there was a bigger variety of reptiles In the part of the state I live, water snakes, gardeners, ringnecks, DK browns, and painted mud and snappers are cool, but I wish there was more. Jay says, and then someone else can do the light gold next. Nice, nice. Sam says, Jason, what about alligator snapping turtles? You know, those things will friggin' take off your hand. Like, not just your fingers, they could take off your hand. Goku, welcome in. How you doing, brother? Hope you're having a good night. Jason says, painted mud and snapping turtles ran out of room. Again, welcome in, Goku. I love that. My last Pokemon tattoo was a Super Saiyan 2 Pikachu, and he's doing the Kamehameha. And let's see, ZZ says, they designed my next shiny hunt in the sort of one. There's the fox. And Ko says, welcome, Goku. Kitsune says, hunt the fox, I guess. Jay says, hey, Goku. Goku says, I'm friends with Cobalt. Oh, dude, we love Ko, man. Ko is great people. I was saying earlier, I was like, he does a lot for the channel, like behind the scenes, because like I got questions and stuff. Ko helps out. I love being in Ko's streams too, and like, you know, other people from like a few of my mods are in Jay Hopper. Like, I love that. I want us to like build a community together. So I love Ko, man. He's really great people, and I feel like I do, for the most part, I have a good intuitive gut feelings about people and their character, and Ko is right up there with the majority of people you'll meet in the stream. So I hope you really enjoyed the content, Goku. ZZ says, hey, Alola Volt Pixie. Jay says, WCO. Nova says, Nick's gonna need something. Someone to re-chat for him. Oh yeah, like I said earlier, I'm gonna have to start studying like auctioneers. Hey, pretty lady, why don't you give me a sign? I can get anything to make you mine, oh mine. There's a common snapping turtle. It was adorable. Elijah, what's going on? Good to see you. Ko says Elijah. Burger says back. I lost horribly to my wife on Scramble. Oh, dude, that is legendary. That is legendary, brother. I'm glad y'all had a good little game night. Burger says Ko W. Jay says, hey Elijah. Ko says, had to introduce him to the goat for. Aw, man. If he knows you, he knows the goat. Nova says, I was actually there on Ko's last stream and I fell asleep. Really? We might have been there at different times. Because, yeah, I spent a little time in there. I was having fun, too. Ko is fun. And I remember Hopper and Jay telling me, they're like, Nick, you've got to check out Ko. Like, his energy is legit. And they're not playing. Kitson says, I'm sick and tired of those people insulting me in those comments over there. It's really annoying. You can't let anyone be in control of your happiness, though. You've always got control of that. Goku says, I know lots of Pokemon fans. That's awesome. Ko says, best thing is me to turn into Nick stream for real. Oh, you are so good to me, y'all. Burger says, sup, Jay. Nova says, I was getting all comfy and just knocked out. Sam says, Ko, I just subscribed to your channel. Ko says, Nick, just let me call you the GOAT. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. You're too good to me. Ko says, W, Sam. Yes, big W there. Thank you for subscribing to his channel. Jason says, of course. I'll let the small snapper go back into the pond. I caught in it. And Jason, y'all, has a great heart as well. Especially for reptiles and amphibians. Elijah says, I made a YouTube short of my cat. I love how it came out. Well, that is awesome, Elijah. Hopper says, W, Sam. Tokimon says, Sam is very nice. He accepted me right away and kept rating me out, and everybody accepted me because he did. Love that energy. That's what we're talking about. Definitely. Y'all are... This community here is beyond words of how impactful it can be in someone's life, truly. Kind words can go a really long way. Even for the person that it affects, like, they may not even realize how big of an effect that them saying that was. All they know is their day just got better. So I love that. Kitsune says, well, if you keep it up, I'm going to shutting down that comment section down. If they keep it up, I'm shutting that comment section down. I'm sorry you got to deal with that, Kitsune. Jay says, W Sam. Everett says, I got a useless but a cool ability I have. Oh, what is it? Noah says, on the plus side, the stream was left open, so it counted for watch hours. And Goku says, do you have a Nintendo Switch too? No, I wish, but after all the donations on the stream, I might have to be getting one like tomorrow or on my next day off. I'll definitely get one whenever Winds and Waves comes out. We gotta stream some of that, right? And Burger says, is Deoxys still hiding? I see. I believe so. It's pretty good at hide and go seek, this Deoxys is. But have no fear. We will find it. Elijah says, by the way, was May here? May was here earlier, yes. Ko says, I think he plans on getting a Switch too. I do, definitely. Nova says, yeah, but she had a pretty bad headache. That's right. And she's still, even with the headache, she spent time out of her day to be here and be engaging in chat. So, like, that right there means a lot. Elijah says, I've been trying to keep in touch, so if I can help. Ko says, Nick, do you plan on playing Pokopia? Thoughts on it? Honestly, probably not. Maybe. I can't say never. I can never say never, right? Jay said that Zelda Remake Switch 2 comes out. You know, the thing with Winds and Waves is, I think it's going to be the first game, not just like Pokemon game, but the first game that takes full capabilities of what the Switch 2 has to offer. Jason says, that's right, Nick. I don't hurt any amphibians or reptiles if I can avoid it. This one time, there were so many baby toads on the rock near the water, I must have scared 12 of them with every small step. Goku says, hopefully you get one before Nintendo raises the price. I know, right? I heard freaking... What was it? The PS5 went up in price, so I'm glad I got one of those before that happened. Elijah says, did y'all ever find my mini-me? Oh, Elijah! We did name you after a shiny Pokemon. Holy crap, brother. After we find the shiny Deoxys, remind me, because what I say is, I'm on Birth Island. There's no Poke Center here, so I would have to get back on the boat, go to like Vermilion City or something, and get the odds. But Shasta Soda says, what is the odds in this? 1 in 8,192. But yes, Elijah, we did get a shiny blue Pokemon for you. And we named it Elijah. Everett says, I have a condition, an ability, don't know what to call it, but sometimes I space out to a completely different space when I close my eyes. Later, in a range of months or years, it'll happen in real life. Oh, is that like a deja vu thing? Where like you've seen things happen before? Is that what you're talking about? Like it happens in real life? Nova says, I already have a Switch too. Oh, nice, Nova. I'm jelly. What games do you play on it, Nova? Kosis didn't know if Pokopia would fit the channel. Really, I like the old Pokemon games just because it's how nostalgic they are. But I don't hate on the new games. Sam says, agree with Ko. Goku says, if it's happening on September 1st. Elijah says, okay, but yay, I'm in game. Everett says, guys, donate to Nick so he can afford a Switch too. Thank you, Everett. Elijah break dances happily. Sam says, Elijah, how are you, my friend? Everett says, yeah. Elijah says, I'm Hood. How about you, Sam? Did you mean to say good or did you mean to say Hood? Either way, that's great. Jay says, I wasn't that into Pokopia. I don't have patience to build stuff. It's a... see, here's the thing. I've never played Minecraft. So I might need to start there for building. I don't know. Jason says, I'm so excited for Winds and Waves. What's everyone's picking for their starter? I'm picking the bird. Thank you. Good question, Jason. That's a really good question to ask. I'm picking Gekwa. Sam says, get yourself out of the hood, Elijah. That was funny. Jay says, I'm picking a Pom Bomb. It's so cute. I'm going with Gekwa. It's a lizard. Lizards are fast. I like a good speed stat. I'm interested to see how the battling style is going to be. Is it going to be more like Pokemon Z to A? Or is it going to be like a true like turn-based thing like we've been used to? ZZ says, I like trains. Sam says, Jason, me too. I'm hoping for an Emu final stage. Oh. I just hope Pom Bomb stays on all fours. Everett says, things will have the same items, maybe even... Sorry, I went a little fast there. Nova says, Pokemon Mario Stardew Valley. Oh, and Dragon Ball Z, like Kakarot? Nova says, a lot. I just want to let y'all know that shiny Trico emblem next to y'all's name looks beautiful. Everett says, I want the dog. Or Pom Bomb. Or Pom Bomb. Or Pom Pom. Or, I can't even say its name. Kitson says, ZZ, want to do this 7-star raid? I just need you to support me with attack up and helping hand. I can do the damage. ZZ says, okay, let's get it. Everett says, because I did get a dog recently. Oh, I love that, Everett. I'm a huge dog lover. I really miss my Murray. I had him for 10.5 years, and it's one of the hardest things I ever had to go through in my entire friggin' life. But what kind of dog did you get, Everett? Jason says, same with me. In Animal Crossing's New Horizon, I love New Leaf on the 3DS, but it just doesn't seem as fun in the beginning. ZZ says, gets run over by a Girafarig. That's funny. ZZ says, wrong mon. Wrong mon. Kitsun says, it's fine, ZZ. Just support my Pokemon. It's meant for this raid. Elijah says, who is better, Ash's Greninja or Ludge? Or Lugia? Gotcha. I'll probably have to go with Lugia. But Ash's Greninja, maybe on the right weather conditions, could probably get a Lugia. I don't know. That's a good question. Jason says, Hisuian Samurott or Magikarp? Magikarp. Everett says, little white puppy. But I'm more of a cat person. Invader, what's going on? So what up? Did I miss much? Well, I have to let you know, Invader, this is the first hunt that I've ever, and you probably know this because you've been in a lot of streams of mine. This is the first hunt of me like doing like an aura ticket, you know, inserting into the save file. I finally got that figured out, and coincidentally, this is the first stream with like super chats and memberships, and we have a bunch of members. Cosmic donated 50 memberships. Jay donated to the stream. We've had multiple people donate to the stream. Jay was the first one. Jay was the first member as well. Vader says, I just got home after 12 to 12 shift. A 12 to 12 shift? Dang, brother. Jason says someone donated 50. Yeah. Yeah. And, oh, Burger, welcome back in, Burger. How you doing, brother? Says your chat is moving as fast. I see, Nick. We need to push out to 600 fast. Oh yeah, it is. It's really good problems to have, like when the chat's like moving fast like that. Elijah says, I'm eating a Trico salad. Everett says, I love cats, but I'm allergic to both cats and dogs. Oh, dang. Burger says, hello, Mama Nova. ZZ says, can't support anymore. Kitson says, watch this, ZZ. Jason says, other than that, not much, Invader. Yep, we ain't missed any shinies. Kitson says, this will do a lot. Whisper says, I'm back. Well, let's see if I can do something here. I can do it later. Whisper had asked about a membership earlier. I was trying to see if I can gift a membership there to Whisper. ZZ says decent DMG. Oh, decent damage. Jason says, what are you fighting, Ariza? Nova says, in all, over 250 have been donated. And so, yeah, I'm not sure if the math was right on that, because I think they might assume that my membership is $4.99. I dropped my price to $2.99. So 50 times 3, that might have been 150. But I'm not sure. Someone said 250, so I'll take that. And then Penguin donated 50 bucks. That was way generous. Elijah says, by the way, what Pokemon am I? Just curious. You are a shiny male Nidoran. It's blue. Sam says Litten. Yeah, the thing with Litten is I thought Litten would have been a really good like Pokemon to stay on all fours and look like a Jaguar type. Burger says, Nick, you received 250 today? Very nice, Nick. You deserve this. I hope your channel grows and gives you success you deserve. Thank you, Burger. Thank you so much, brother. I really enjoy doing this. And it's just been such a blessing just to have met y'all, to be in this community. It's amazing. It really is. Whisper says, no, you don't have to do that. Thank you for the thought. Well, at least tried. It didn't give me an option here, but if there's a way I can figure out how to do that, cause you asked, Whisper, I would love to. Jason says, imagine it's Macho, but a furry Sam. Shy says, it was 159 USD. Perfect. Oh, Shiny, was that you? Because someone said earlier that Cosmic is shiny. So Shiny, if that was you, brother, thank you so much. Oh my god, thank you. ZZ says shiny launcher. Kitson says really. ZZ says first ball. Elijah says whoa, I'm a poison type. Nova says also Siberian, Balinese, Russian, Blue Sphinx, Devon Rex, and Cornish Rex are classified as hyperallergenic cat breeds. Invader says 2 more likes, everyone, until we hit that 50 like goal. Oh, sweet. Jason says, on Terrade's first try catch. Kitsune says yes. Jay says yes, Shiny's Cosmic. Dude, Shiny, brother, thank you so much, dude. That's amazing of you. Like, truly amazing. Kitsune says it was a 7-star, did half health in 1 hit. Burger says, is the only live that everyone gets along and is nothing but love in here? Can't beat that peace after a long day. You know, I'm glad you brought that up, Burger, because, you know, I was kind of thinking the other day when that person popped in, they're like, Abe is gay. You know, we're talking about Abraham Lincoln, how, like, I know I look like him in a way, but I'm a big fan of him, and all they had to contribute to the conversation was Abe is gay. And yeah, I blocked him from the channel, and I admit, that was probably wrong of me to do. I should have probably just put him in timeout. But yeah, I started thinking about it more, and it's just like, you know, it's one of those things that it's not about, like, it's not about, like, getting rich or something. Getting all the views and getting all the subscribers I can. No, like, there's still that part of me that really, really, really values. I mean, there's a big part of me that values my happy place, my mental health, and I know a lot of y'all find this as a happy place, and as I said earlier, I'll do whatever it takes to defend that, and I stand on business. So that's why, like, sometimes if someone's just going to be in here and be like disrespectful, like, they're probably going to be blocked, because I just don't put up with disrespect. Like, I don't even want to time you out if you're just going to be disrespectful. Like, if that's the kind of person you are, then after timeout, what are you going to do? Then you're just going to get bad, even twice as worse. So I really appreciate that you have that appreciation for the stream, and the kind of community that it is, and I appreciate all you mods that do everything you can to, you know, help protect this community as well. Vader says, Block don't seem that bad. He seemed like a rage baiter troll. Yeah, thank you. It was just one of those things like, I know it's probably a little much, but at the same time, I also like to set the precedent that, you know, disrespect and just, I don't know. It really rubbed me the wrong way because I was just like, there's so many things you could give into the conversation, and that's all you got. No, I was joking. I was like, you disrespecting me? Don't disrespect Honest Abe. And it wasn't even about Honest Abe. It was just the fact that, like, you just want to, I don't know. I can't even really put my word on it. Burger says, I'm Christian. Don't care who's gay. You love in this world only shows hate. I used to be so judgmental, and the best people I met are gay. I don't get why they bring hate here. Oh, I think I said that on the last stream. I have some really good friends that are gay, and they're some of the best moral people you will ever meet. I can trust them in my house key. Absolutely. Kitson says, like exclusive to this game or just in the game? Cobalt says you can always unhide it if need be. Okay. Ko says, but that's up to you. Mello says, question, what are you getting Deoxys and Fire Red? And Sky Ranger says, are you re-rolling in 6 games at once? Yeah, so the way we do that is we take a cartridge, and then you put it in the GB flash, and then you back up your ROM and your save file. From there, I'll duplicate my ROM and save file, you know, till I get 6 of them. And then if we find a shiny, delete the other 5, take that one with the shiny on it, duplicate that, so then after you find your shiny starter, you can just get a whole shiny team. So yeah, welcome in, y'all. Whisper says, but anyway, I'm tired. I'm going to go to bed. And thank you for being here, though. Nova says, for people with allergies for cats. Hopper says, Night Whisper. Nova says, Night Whisper. Yeah, thank you for being here, Whisper. Ko says, and yes, I was wrong about the memberships. However, I'm not wrong about because of this stream. Nick gets his first check from YouTube next month because of this amazing community. Thank you, Ko. Thank you, brother. That means the world, dude. Burger says, Nova, I can only do bald cats. They give me horrible allergies, and my wife and our kids are a cat person. I'm a dog and spiders. I love all animals. I used to have cats myself. Like I said, I really miss my dog. I mean, that was like immediate family to me. Ko says, good night, Whisper. Burger says, good night, Whisper. Joseph says, good night, Whisper. Ko says, Burger, how's your night going? Sky Ranger says, not gonna lie, the way you talk and your voice is very relaxing. Could do ASMR for real. What's ASMR? Sorry, I'm not very smart. But no, thank you for those kind words, Sky Ranger. You're very welcome here in the community. Ko says, cutoffs are the 1st of the month and YouTube pays on the 21st of the month. Oh wow. Nice. And let's see here. So I think I started that perfectly. Like they pay on the 21st. Well, I started the stream like right after the 21st started. So I'll I guess when they do pay, I'll have a full month of it. That's pretty cool. Everett says, I don't like to talk about my grandma, but she's very homophobic. Down there, we couldn't watch things like Steven Universe and different shows with gay undertones because that's just how they believed. And you know, with older people and their older generations, it's hard for me to like defend, you know, people and their ways, and when they grew up in a different, some people grow up in a different time, and but I know exactly what you're talking about. You know, I live in the South. You know, I've got a Southern family, but my family has done a really good job of me telling me from a very early age that, you know, you treat everyone like a gentleman. Not because they are one, but because you are one. Jason says, I love spiders too, Burger. I have 4 tarantulas. Co says ASMR, autonomous sensory meridian response is a calming tingling sensation triggered by sounds like whispering, tapping, or brushing. Many use it to relax or sleep. Oh, really? Well, thank you, thank you. Burger says, Co, much better, brother. I see Nick as a busy live. Love it. Oh, yeah, it is busy, busy, busy. Kitsune says, dang, it's so close. Jason says, have you tried to get her to change her views, Everett? Cooked says, what are your thoughts on mojito? I know it's a drink with mint in it. You know, I've served and bartended for years, and people ask for a mojito. I'm like, no, we don't have mint. So it probably could be done without it, but here in 8 days, I'll be 1 year sober from alcohol. So my thoughts are, it's not for me, too. But welcome in, Cooked. Co says, no, I'm Christian too, but I love my sister and her wife. I'll take a bullet for both of them. Love is an action, not a feeling. Burger says, Sky Ranger. He has a light, deep southern voice. He should definitely, oh, thank you, thank you. Everett says, my aunt is too, but she on a different level. Literally last month when I came in, I said, hey guys and girls and non-binary pals, and she literally just said the F slur twice. Can't even hide it. I love it. Not really. I don't love it, but it's funny, and that's why I said I love it. Jason says, that's sad how hateful people can be, Everett. Kitsune says, yes. And, sorry, Miss Burger says, never understood why people are dislike of them are so smart. Absolutely. Jason says, do you have any spiders, Burger? Susie says, come to me, Kitsune. Kitsune says, let's try this time with something stronger. Sam says, Nick, I hope you realize how big an achievement it is to get 50 likes on a stream just months after starting the channel. I try not to be very outcome related. I'm gonna give y'all a little spill here. Y'all know I'm a big college football guy. I'm a big college football fan. Nick Saban is one of the best college football coaches that has ever coached. He's led Alabama to countless national championships. He even led LSU to a national championship. Point is, I listened to a lot of his speeches as far as the mentality that it takes to be successful. And he talks about this process of what it takes to be successful. It's a process, and you gotta have full faith and trust in the process. And part of the trust and part of the process itself is not being outcome related. Always being focused on what you need to do to get better. If I'm always focused on how many subscribers I got, how many viewers this got, if I'm spending time focusing on these things, that's time when I could be focusing on what can I do to make this stream better. What can I do to make myself a better streamer? Those are just constantly the things that I need to be focused on to be successful. So like, I try not to be like too outcome related. Jason says, was that a reference to the YouTuber sorry, went a little faster. Jason says, whoa, how'd that happen, Burger? ZZ says, it's your charm. Everett says, they also literally hate my mom. They said stuff when I was younger, like, the only good thing she's done for me is my sisters that tell us to brush our teeth. Didn't brush when I was younger. Burger says, Nick, Alabama State and Florida State are my favorite teams, but NFL will have the Patriots. You would like my cousin. He's a big Florida State fan. I guess, you know, Florida State fans and, you know, Georgia fans like me, you know, at least we have one common rival, the Gators. ZZ says, first you. Kitsune says, my shine charm works for you, but not me. Jay says, yeah, maybe glitching or something. Co says, 28. Burger says, hey, WTF is down the likes? Is the down likes? Code says, I've never seen that before. What are y'all talking about? Jason says, why are the likes dropping? They were at 41 earlier. That's weird. Kitson says, ZZ, follow need to show something. Burger says, is at 23. What? ZZ says, Kitsune want to test OP Shiny. Ko says, BRB, I'm going to do some research. Burger says, we were 47 likes. Jason says, what's happening here? I don't know. Kitsune says, any good auctions for you over here? Hopper says, seriously, what is up with that? Burger says, is that 21? What's that? Down to 20 likes now. What the heck? Yeah, how do you go from 47 likes to 20 likes? No, that's just some kind of glitch. So we're going to keep going down. Next, you know, we're going to get a negative. We'll be at like -5 likes here in a minute. Tokimon says, holy, the likes did jump down. Interesting. I can't really see on my screen like the likes and stuff like that. Just is weird. It'll probably go back up here in a minute. Kidson says it went down again. Burger says, anyone has any clue what just happened? And Ko says, YouTube may be auditing likes while you're live. It can remove spam or accidental likes, or the count may just be sinking. It usually settles after the stream finishes. Okay. Hopper says, new goal, 15 likes. Oh, it just keeps going down. What? Kitson's what? Burger says hot. Really? Sam says 50 likes is really high, not gonna lie. But yeah, pretty much, I mean, every stream's been getting like 40. I mean, we had one stream and got like 60 likes. So it might be kind of weird that, and what do you, Kosis tends to audit streams when there's a bunch of memberships or donations. What does that mean, audit? Just kind of like, just review it, I guess. And Everett says, I had to stop talking to her about them for now. She physically breaks down whenever I talk about it. It's nothing she did. I just hate myself whenever I make her upset. Sorry for talking about it. No, if there's something you need to talk about, let it out, Everett. Burger says, how did it go from 47 likes to 14? That is wild. Wild. Ko says, YouTube, it should settle after stream. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it'll go back. Burger says, Ko, damn, that sucks. Kitson says, be back in a second, ZZ. Jason says, yeah, that'd be a bit funny if it did go to negative likes. Only if it's actually like 47 likes. Yeah, Sam says, yeah, it'll probably go back up. I'm sure it will. That is pretty funny, though. Like, literally just watching, like, who just unliked me 30 times? Like, what did I say? Jay says, what, they think we're money laundering or something? This guy's in Switzerland. Ko says, YouTube checks likes while you're live to remove spam, bots, fakes, or accidental likes. This is called an audit. The count usually settles after the stream ends. Okay, cool, cool. Burger says, Jay, yes, we are remember. Jay said, shh, LOL. Ko says, you did lose 3 subs, so maybe they did audit your channel. Interesting. Yeah. It happens. Not really worried about that. Cody says, I've been losing like a total of 30 subs within the past month. Every channel goes through it. Okay. Sam says, but why would Nick have bots supporting him? I know, right? I don't think I have bots supporting me. Burger says, well, we know the truth. We saw views and likes. Jay says, because Nick's a legend. They hate us because they ain't us. Right? Something like that. Kitson says, okay, Nick, the thing that was happening before that I shut down, that they are doing again and on another comment section against me, what do I do? They won't stop. If it's truly a harassment situation, by all means, report for harassment. Burger says, Sam, he has hit the bots mode. Jay says, or Burger says, Jay, 100. Jason says, that's right, Sam. There's already a lot of people supporting him. And Chris says, it's a thing when you become a YouTube partner. They want active subscribers. It's not actually bots. They just get rid of non-active subs. Oh, okay. To try to keep your channel active. I don't know about the likes, though, to be honest. That makes sense, though. That makes sense. Chris says, Ariza, your mental health isn't worth being a mod there. You know, honestly, yeah. Because I was a little confused there when you said in the comments section, but if we're still talking about a stream that you're a mod of and people are being disrespectful to you, I don't know what streamer this is, but I feel like in my shoes, the only decision to make is to cut the head off the snake and get rid of those people that are treating my mods that way. I can't think of any other way. Kitson says, I've already banned 3 people, but either they're making new accounts there or more and more joining. It's so annoying. This channel has went through a little phase of where, you know, when you block someone, we had someone threaten. He's like, hey, I got 12 accounts. You know, it's just, and then you find out they got nothing better to do that day. Because it's granted, it's their platform, they can do whatever they want. Yeah, that is the scary thing about, like, I guess people that do YouTube long form. It's just like, for whatever reason, they could just cut the head off the channel, your snake, you know what I mean? Like, just friggin' in your channel, everything you work for. So that's a pretty scary thought. Cause is Nick would legit storm someone if they disrespect towards us. Yeah. I don't handle it too well. I wish I handled it better. Disrespect, but I put it with attitude, but I draw a hard line at disrespect. There's no reason for that. That's why, like, I have no sympathy. Like when I block them from the channel, like sometimes I feel like timeout's not good enough. Like timeout's just only gonna make you madder. Kitson says the streamer keeps texting back, telling them to shut up and stop annoying me, but they won't. Nova says 100% code. Mills says ban me, Nick. I would never ban you, Mills. Co says yep, they can. Burger says if you have 12 accounts to troll, you must be bored. And what it is a lot of times, it's just a kid. Like, it's just a kid that's got literally nothing better to do on that given Saturday. Jason says, you're right. You're joking, right, Mills? Mills says, I've had trolls do that. It was one dude pretending to have conversations with someone. Now that's bored. Mills says, it was a schizophrenic episode in the chat. Oh, damn. That's actually kind of sad. Hopper says that Mills is banned for being banned. Burger says Hopper, LOL. Co says W, ban Mills. Mills says Hopper, ban me. Sam says, with someone like that, they would act the same after the timeout, so I think the ban was the right decision. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Yeah, there's some times where I just feel like maybe they would just learn their lesson with the timeout, but I put a lot of faith in people, too. Jason says, there was a person in Nick's stream with 12 accounts one time, Burger. Yeah, Jason, you're right. 100 likes and we ban Mills. I can't, even at 1,000 likes, I would never ban Mills. We'll put him in timeout. We could do that. We could put him in timeout. I can't ban Mills. Put him in timeout for 30 seconds. Kitson says, ZZ, go to your character's house real quick. Mills says, laugh my ass off. Code says, 100 likes, we time out Mills. Alright. Sounds fair. Only 85 more likes to go, right? And let's see here. Kitson says, whose house is it since we are playing in the same party? Burger says, 50 likes and a 2-minute timeout. Okay, if we get to 50 likes, we time out Mills for 2 minutes. ZZ says, not my mom. Let's see here. Ooh, that was a good neck pop. Ooh, still going. Mill says 100 likes. Sean, what is going on, brother? Says can't find a shiny Eevee to save my life. Sean, how you doing, man? Good to see you again. Hope you're having a good Monday night. A bit no shiny, but still hope it's a good night for you. Burger says, seriously, Deoxys, come out already. Yeah, we're 3 hours deep now. Hopper says, Sean, what up, brother? Jason says, Arise and ZZ, try talking to the player's mom and see what she says for both of you. Nova says, hello, Sean. Sean says, sorry, been a while. No, you're great, Sean. Better late than never. It's always good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. So glad you're here. This is a really good hunt. Deoxys. I'm sure, as you know, like, you know, this isn't just in every cartridge of Fire Red, you know, it's got to be inserted. So I feel very blessed just to be able to get a Deoxys, let alone shiny hunt for it, let alone in this community with y'all. We have a great night cooking, y'all. Burger says, sup, Sean? Sean says, hey, Hopper, Nova. Sean says, Burger, what up? Jay says, hey, Sean. Kitson says, okay, ZZ. But yeah, I'm ready for this little yellow alien. I don't know much about Deoxys. I don't even know how it evolves or how it gets to a different form. Burger says, hey, I saw a clip of Nick wilding out on a short. What happened? Oh, it was the shiny giraffe rig we found in Pokemon Ruby, Safari Zone. And oh, Burger, I threw one Safari Ball, and it did the little thing like shake, 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 and then it popped out and fled. And oh man, that was my genuine reaction. None of that was staged. That was just me crashing out. Let's just y'all got a first-hand look at what that looks like. Noah says, LOL. Sean says, Jay, my guy. What's good? Nova says he lost the Pokemon Safari Zone. Yeah, it was a really good one too. That was kind of the one I was wanting. The shiny Girafarig. So I'm gonna have to get redemption on that at some point, y'all. At some point. Burger says Nova, LOL. Oh no, sorry. Sean says no way. Sam says, hey Sean. ZZ says, I know 2-1 is good. 2 for 3, a dragon. 1 is good for 2 steel types. Nova says, I was half asleep and woke up to him finding a shiny only for that to happen. Oh yeah, because I did freak out because, like, finding the shiny, just because it was such a really cool shiny, I was like, are you freaking kidding me right now? Let's go. And then, maybe that's why I crashed out so hard, because I really, really wanted that shiny. And sorry again for waking you up, Nova. Burger says, I literally woke up at 5 a.m. and opened my phone, and it was the first thing I watched. Oh, I bet that started the day off good. When I wake up in the mornings, I like the first 5 minutes to be like serene and peaceful. I don't like to wake up in like pure chaos, like some bad news or something. Like, you know, I like to wake up to something funny, or at least serene and peaceful. Shaw says, Slam, hi. Kitsun says, okay. ZZ says, in 4 bugs. Jason says, in go, 1 in 37 for Deoxys. ZZ says, this is the spot. Burger says, LOL, yes, it did. My wife was confused. Nova says, nah, you're good, hon. Michael says, yo, just subscribe. What's up? Hey, thank you, Michael. Thank you. We are shiny hunting for Deoxys tonight. So welcome in, Michael. Hope you're having a great Monday night. Jason says shiny / regular. Burger says welcome, Michael. Michael says hey. And again, Michael. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed the content. ZZ says, do you want to do sandwich or should I do one? Jay says, Michael, thanks, welcome. Sam says, peace or quiet humor is so good, especially in the morning. It really is. It really is. Oh, or wholesome content. That too. Have any of y'all seen the movie, Stealing Pulp Fiction? So as y'all know, I watched Pulp Fiction last year for the first time, and I loved it. It's now one of my favorite movies. But they've made some movie that just came out, I guess last year, and it's called Stealing Pulp Fiction. It's about these guys, they actually try and steal Quentin Tarantino's like film reel of Pulp Fiction. It looked like a comedy movie. I watched like the first 5 minutes of it, and I wasn't completely sold, but I was wanting to know if any of y'all have watched it and how was it. Everett says, Nick, I finished that drawing and sent it in the arts and crafts if you want to check it out. Pretty special, thanks though. Okay, yeah, actually, I might do that right now. Discord. The Disco Discord. Oh. And let me go down to the right one. Ooh, perfect. Yo! That is legit. That is really good. It's the Deoxys. That is awesome. Holy crap. Everett, that is really good. I like that. Kitsun says, ZZ, get in the frame. Burger says, you ever notice that Arizona tea flavors taste good, but when you are cottonmouth, it feels like licking sandpaper? Interesting. I haven't really thought of it that way. I haven't had an Arizona tea in forever. Back when I was in 9th grade, I lived in Brunswick, Georgia, on the coast of Georgia, and it's in 9th grade, you know, so I'm walking everywhere. I had a little ripstick, which is a skateboard, basically, with one wheel in the front, one wheel in the back. I rode that thing everywhere. I can go up to the store, and my friend, that's what he'd always get, is Arizona. I used to get this energy drink called Balls. I don't know if y'all remember this, but it came in a blue can or like a blue bottle, and it was spelled B-A-W-L-S. It was called Balls. It was a really good drink. Kitson says left a bit. Michael says cool. Same to you. Also, I might get caught. So I have to keep my volume down. If I'm asking constantly to repeat yourself, it is 3 in the morning. Oh, I understand. Yeah, it's 3:10 here. So I completely understand, Michael. Kitson says, send it to you, ZZ. Everett says, thanks. I'm not that good with art, but I appreciate the compliment. Burger says, it made me more cottonmouth. Yeah, I might have to take me a sip of something. It's like, I'm not smoking, but I've got cottonmouth like an Alabama farm. Oh, that hit the spot. Oh, yummy. Everett says, okay, back to the roll it. But again, Everett, that was amazing. Jason says, do you have headphones, Michael? Kitsune says, ZZ, did you get the picture I sent you from Violet? ZZ says, yeah. Burger says, Nick, I have to go to bed. I've got 5 hours before work. Oh, thank you, brother, so much for always being so kind to me. No, ditto to you, Burger. Like, you were so good to me, brother. It's so good to me. Much love to you, Burger. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, man. Thank you for spending precious hours of what you could be sleeping, being in here. So thank you, man. Like, that means so much. It really, really means so much to me. There we go. Michael says, oh wait, I do have headphones. Sean says, good night, Burger. Everett says, good night, Burger. Burger says, mods, as always, thank you for being awesome. I really hope you enjoy the rest of your night and get some good sleep, Burger. Thank you, man. ZZ says, what ingredients? Hopper says, night burger. ZZ says, let me look it up. Kitsune says, 1 sec, what type? Smokey says, don't forget to drink water. Hey, thank you, Smokey. No, I always appreciate when people like remind me to stay hydrated, because as y'all see, I try to read every comment, but yeah, it'll dry out. So yeah, welcome in, Smoky Stains. Such a cool name, Smoky Stains. ZZ says bug. Ooh, gonna get a shiny bug Pokemon. I vote Spinarak. Jason says bug needs cherry tomatoes. ZZ. ZZ says Kitsune, only 1 sour herba, okay? You only do 1. Michael says, imagine Deoxys was a bug type. You know, I think Eevee's supposed to be getting a new type in Winds and Waves. Like a new evolution is coming. So I'm wondering what evolution are we getting? Are we getting a bug type Eevee? Or a dragon type Eevee? What do y'all think it's going to be? I think it's going to be either bug or dragon. Michael says, yippee, I hope it's a dragon. Yeah, I do too. Bug or dragon would be really cool. We don't have a poison Eevee, do we? Tokimon says, hope you find a shiny tonight. Thank you, Tokimon. Hope all y'all find a shiny tonight. Kitsune says, hee 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 hee. Nova says, just posted a new poem. Well, let's check it out, shall we? Let's see here. Where we go to? Poems? Nova says, upon the velvet quilt of night, where silver shadows softly play, The stars ignite their ancient light to wash the weary world away. They dance in patterns, vast and deep, like diamonds scattered on the sea, while all the restless cities sleep in quiet, starlit harmony. You are the stardust, warm and bright, a flicker in the dark unknown, a gentle spark that guides the night and makes the universe a home. With every twinkle, every gleam, a promise whispered to the air, that life is but a waking dream with love enough for us to share. So rest your heart beneath the glow, where constellations softly spin. There's a peace you've come to know, and the light that shines from deep within. Oh, beautiful Nova. Beautiful. That was really good. Hopper says, have you thought of anything cool for your 1 year sobriety? I just hit 1.5 years. Hey, proud of you, Hopper. Proud of you, brother. I don't know why. I keep thinking disco. I don't know. Why do I want to do a disco? I don't know. But you know, what's his name? Ko told me he made a channel in the Discord for like suggestions, like for stream. So if, like I said, you know, if any of y'all have any suggestions as far as like what to do for a stream like that, I would definitely be open to hear. Ko says, Hopper, you gonna join us for Monster Pong instead of beer pong? Oh yeah, that's what we're doing. Monster Pong. Now y'all gotta watch out for that bounce shot. You know, because if y'all ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you with that bounce shot, and that's 2 cups. Drink 2. Drink it. Let's see here. Kitson says, ZZ make a horrible sandwich. Jay says, W Hop. Yes, proud of you, man. Ko says, and Nick, would you like to hear 4 rumors for Winds and Waves? Yes, brother, I would love to. Jay says, 12-hour stream. ZZ says, me want mushroom. Everett says, W Hopper. Jason says, I love to, Ko. Yeah, me too. Kitson says, ZZ, come watch this. Watch real quick, then I need to charge Switch. And Ko says, rumor. Winds and Waves may feature a Southeast Island-inspired region with the tropical islands, jungles, and underwater exploration. Nothing's confirmed yet. I do believe that it is going to be kind of a Southeast Asia region-inspired kind of theme. I've heard a lot of rumors on that. Kitson says, just put random ingredients. Ko says, rumor. Leaks claim the game could have MMO-style hubs where you see other players in towns before heading into your own adventure. That'd be really cool. Everett says, I've heard we're getting like 300 plus new Pokemon. That'd be a lot. Ko says, rumor. A leak suggests Gen 10 could introduce over 300 new Pokemon, to illustrate the point of Everett. 300 new Pokemon, including brand new species and regional forms. This isn't confirmed. Just rumored. Michael says, wait, if a grasshopper lives in grass, then if they live in water, is it a water hopper? Interesting. I like the way you think here. If it lives in fire, then it's a fire hopper. Everett says, and Ko says, rumors. Some leaks claim the story centers on a powerful corporation, 3 companies, and a brand new battle gimmick tied to a legendary Pokemon. Interesting. And Ko says, and that's it for right now. Thank you. No, that was actually really entertaining. I enjoyed that. Sam says, the only thing we know 100% for certain, Winds and Waves will not feature voice acting. I thought they were doing that. Kitson says, you want some sandwich with that lettuce? It's like when people ask for like 7 things of ranch for like their 5 wings. I'm like, you want some chicken with that ranch? Kitson says, you want some... Oh yeah, I read that one. Everett says, if a fly loses their wings, are they called a walk? Why is it called a parkway when that's where we drive? And why do we call it a driveway when that's where we park? Cuz says, there are many hoppers, but hopper 1269 is mine, trust. Hey, that was smooth. That was smooth. Jason says, oh. Sam says, Pokemon will always refuse to spend their billions of dollars on spoken characters. Cuz says, we could also try to play Guess the Pokemon with just emojis. Oh, that is really entertaining. Hopper says, love you too, brother Co. ZZ says, my shiny Powered. Co says, yo. Kitson says, alright ZZ, I need to change my Switch. I'll help next stream, but I'll still be on stream, but Switch only at 2%. Michael says, wait, if I live on a ranch and make ranch dressing, does that make it ranch dressing made on a ranch? Now, you could sell that. That sounds very marketable. And what if the ranch was called dressing? So it's dressing ranchers. It's dressing ranches ranch dressing. Sam says, guess the Pokemon. Oh, that's got to be, oh, but a cat? Oh, Umbreon. It's got to be Umbreon. Hopper beat me to it. Kitson says, what are boxes on a ship called? Cargo, but it's in a car. It's a shipment. That was a good one, Kitsune. Hopper says Umbreon. It had to be it. It had to be. What? Sam says not Umbreon. Michael says LOL. I like it. Jason says guess mine too. White, red, black, ghost. So red, white, black, ghost. A shiny Litwick. Maybe I'm not good at this game. If it's one of the newer Pokemon, I definitely probably won't get it. Everett says, why does YouTube not work on Switch 2, but it does work on Switch 1? Really? It don't work on Switch 2? That's crazy. Jason says, hello in Meowth, Persian. Everett says, Sam, it's Lycanroc. Sam says, not hello in Persian. Nova says, Solgaleo? Sam says, not Lycanroc, but good guess, Everett. Sam says, my Pokemon is from Gen 4. Michael says, oh, full moon, quarter moon, and no moon. Okay, hold on, let me get this one. Purple. White, purple, cat, full moon, half moon. It's gotta be Umbreon, right? It's gotta be Umbreon. But those colors, Delcatty. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sam says, Jason got it. Yeah, when he said it, I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Congratulations, Jason, that was good. Everett said, do another, do another. I cannot believe this shiny Deoxys is putting up this big of a fight. Jason says, it needs a Moonstone to evolve from Skitty. That makes sense. And see, I was thinking, you know, Umbreon obviously because it needs dark, you know, it evolves at nighttime, which, you know, essentially means it needs the moon too. That was a pretty good one. It was one of those, like, it made you think one thing, but it's actually another. Sam says, my unloved favorite cat with the lowest stat total of all time. Sam says, Nintendo needs to buff my girl. Michael says, ah. Justin says, can you guess mine? A flower porcupine. Ooh. Ooh, I think Everett got it. Shaman? Everett said, easy money. Yeah, I think you got it. Sam says Oinkalorn. But no, I think Everett got that easy money. Hopper says, see, I'm bad at this game because I'm still learning all the mod. I barely remember Gen 1. That's why I had to stop nicknames in Ruby. And how far are you along in Ruby, by the way, Hopper? That's awesome. I love that game. Obviously, I mean, that was the first game I did a shiny hunt on this channel. Jason says, that's right, Everett. Everett said, what? Michael says, shaman. Sam says, oh wait, it's a hedgehog, not a pig. Michael says, you get a Grookey, but name it Sobble. Everett said, oh, I thought you said it wasn't right. You're like, what? I thought it was easy money. And it was easy money. And ZZ says, I'm gonna shiny hunt Alolan Vulpix for Kitsune. It's nice. You know how much Kitsune loves the Vulpix. Or Ninetales. Jesse says, that no was meant for Sam's first guess. Everett says, I think Nick has this one. Oh, that one is Drowsy. I'm just kidding. It's Deoxys. It's gotta be a Deoxys. You're like, is he serious? He really thinks it's Drowsy? Everett says, nerp. Not Deoxys? Oh, okay, you really did get me. You're good at this, Everett. It's not Deoxys. The icon, the one and only Drowsy. I know, right? Let's see, DNA, twist, red, blue. Sam says it's not Deoxys. Everett says also mythical though. Well, DNA, it could be a Mewtwo. Wait, yeah, Michael says, wait, Mew? Because of the DNA thing? Jason says, try this one. Spinda. Did I get it? Because of the whole, like, spin thing? ZZ says, I'm gonna hop off. See you, chat. Hey, thank you. Thank you for being here, ZZ. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night. Everett said, Sam says, Mew. Kitsune says ZZ. ZZ says, yeah, Kitsune. Nova says, night, ZZ. Everett says, nope. Kitsune says, Alolan Vulpix isn't in Violet. It's Scarlet exclusive. Oh, dang. Jason says, not right, Nick. DNA, red, blue. DNA, red, blue. Drawing some blanks on this one. ZZ says, in Sword and Shield because I have charm there. Hopper says, I haven't played. I'm still in the same spot by the Safari, so I'm trying to beat that gym by all the tree houses. Oh yeah, Swinona, the flying gym leader. Yeah, it is a toughie, especially if you have like a Blaziken and it's a fighting type. Yeah, it can do some damage. I've been playing other stuff like Red Dead and oh, that's awesome, dude. I need to really play Red Dead all the way through. I haven't. I think I'm where everyone else got to. The snow part. Michael says, wait, Remoraid. Everett says, LOL. Kitson says, alright, I'll see you next stream, ZZ. ZZ says, see ya. Sam says, Everett, Deoxys is literally the DNA Pokemon. How's it not Deoxys? I know, right, Sam? That's what I'm like. I'm going back in circles. Oh, what if it was Attack Deoxys? Michael says, the water gun equals Remoraid. Jason says, want a hit for what could be, Nick? Let's see. I'm surprised it's not Spinda. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to take a hint there. Hold on, let me guess. It looks like a mouse. So he's drooling, spin around, and he's mad. I don't know. Everett says, okay, everyone has exhausted their guesses. Sam says, Jason, no, I think I got it. Sam says, just trying to remember the name. Morpeko. Everett says, the Pokemon is Genesect. Oh, dang. And Jason says, that's right, it is Morpeko. Oh, dang. Nice, nice, Sam. And Michael got it too. Everett says he's purple and mythical. Kitson says, guess this Pokemon. It's a fox and it could be anything. It's an Eevee. Eevee. I think I got it. I had to get that one. I had to. I've got to. Kitson says yes. Alright, I'm about to join in on this. Let me think of a good one here. And Sam says, Nick, have you played Gen 1 through 7, Sun and Moon? I want to know what Pokemon for quiz. But yeah, I've played every generation of Pokemon. Absolutely. I did play Sun and Moon as well. I'm trying to think who's my starter. Because I played Sun and then I played Ultra Moon. Michael says, mayonnaise on an escalator. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Kitson says, next one. Fire Snell. Slugma. I was about to say, I don't think they're Slugma. Alright, that was easy money. That was my easy money. I gotta give y'all a good one. Magcargo. Oh, so I was close. I just had to evolve it. That's pretty good though. That's pretty good. I like how you did those emojis for it too. Michael says, Squidward, is mayonnaise an instrument? Is that from the Epic episode where they go and play the Super Bowl halftime show? Because I know every single one of us as a kid was like, yo, this song is banger. Kitson says, no, Patrick. Kuyo, what is going on, brother? How you doing, man? Thank you for popping in. Hope you're having a good night. It's good to see you, Kuyo. Good to see you. Kitson says, horseradish is not an instrument either. Well, I think if you got like a big tub of it and you start to like slap on it, like it could be. Oh, 3 hours 33-minute mark? Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for letting me know that. Kitson says, sweet, sweet victory. Yeah. Yeah, that was it. Actually, when stream ends, I'm probably going to have to go listen to that. Everett says, have any of you played Pokidoku? I have not. Kuyo says, Jay. It's so good to see you, Kuyo. Ko says, like and subscribe to the stream. Dab. It helps Nick out a lot. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. Michael says, wait, mayonnaise is an instrument. Yeah, like I said, if you take fast snail. But if you take a big tub of mayonnaise and just, like, you know, play it like the drums, like, you know, you might make a little slapping sound. It is technically percussion at that point. A snail that is fast. Kuyas has had some problems during these days. Sorry to hear that, brother. We're always glad to have you in here, Kuyo. You know, you and Jay were some of the first people that pop in my stream. And here we are now with memberships and super chats, and I just want to let you know that I haven't forgot that, Kuyo. I've said before, Kuyo was one of the first people to ever, like, defend me. When I had, like, a troll pop in, like, just wants to be like an idiot. Kuyo was one of the first people to be like, yo, Nick, don't listen to this guy. Your content's great, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Like, so, y'all, big W for Kuyo. Like, because, as I said before, you know, kind words, even if it's a few of them, can go a long way in someone else's life. So I've always really, really appreciated that, Kuyo. I'm not going to let it go. Kidson says, Kuyo, you okay? And Everett says, Pokidoku is a web game where you have to guess specific attributes of a Pokemon that lines up with another, like finding a mythical fire type and things like that. Okay. Sam says, hey, Kuyo. Nova says, yay. And Nova also says, hello, Kuyo. Michael says, you know, I once got a text and it said, I will see you later. Really? that sounds creepy. Just a random text from someone you don't know. It says, I will see you later. I would have had a text back and be like, no, you won't. The hell you will. Jay says, yeah, someone can do next like goal even though we can't see the likes correct. I know, right? It's like we were at, someone said we were at 48 likes and then all of a sudden we hit like 14 likes. Like, what? YouTube being YouTube. Kitsu says, I think I'm awake enough to try and answer any medical questions. Oh yes, the doctor's entered the building. And I think Jason got that one, and Nova. And you are good on that one. I would have thought Ash Ninja. Michael says, it was from someone I don't know. I reported them to the police and the phone number didn't exist. Really? So I think I'm going to take a quick little 3-minute break. Go use the restroom real fast. I think I'm still good on drink. Probably a good time to take a drink. And I'll BRB. Natinko, welcome in. Welcome back in, brother. How you doing, man? It says main count. The stream is just frozen? Really? Never says Mammoth Swine. I don't think that's how it's spelled. Oh, we're still doing guess the Pokemon. I need to think of a good guess the Pokemon with emojis in my head. Grizzly says, where is Nick? Oh yeah, I just took a little 3-minute break. I try not to stay gone more than like 3 minutes. And let's see here. Michael says bathroom break. Thank you, thank you. Hopper says YouTube is bugging tonight. It must be. Michael said he's back. And Natinko says, bro, it's so bad. I don't know. Maybe I'm making your channel toxic because my channel is acting up. Yeah, it could just be YouTube being buggy tonight. And it is around that 3 o'clock hour where like YouTube starts to do like I guess maintenance or something. Code says, let me see if it works. BRB. Everett says, I think I'm on departure for a bit. Gonna play some after like a year. Oh, nice. Hope you have fun with that. And thank you for being in here. Nova says, okay. Oh, that had to be Deerling. Oh, Salzburg. That makes more sense. Jason says, hint, not Kanto. Okay, yeah, because I would have definitely thought Haunter. Deskclops? Code says it's working now. What? Sam says, hey Hopper, Michael. Nova says mischievous. Code says, oh my gosh, you're right, Nick. What do you mean? How am I right? Right about what? That you're the goat? Jason says no. Sam says, hey Natinko. Everett says, no worries, man. If you stream tomorrow, I'm joining up for sure. I probably won't stream tomorrow night, but Wednesday night I will. For sure. Co says W, Sam. Jason says, close, Nick. Sam says Descanor. Sableye. Michael says, hey. Jason says, yes, Sam. Co says, it's the reset time for YouTube. Oh. Yeah, as far as like that 3 o'clock hour. So, because I've noticed like whenever my watch hours get updated, it's typically around like 3 o'clock hour. So, it could just be them like, you know, doing maintenance on the platform itself. And that's why things are a little buggy. Because earlier someone said, what was that, like 48 likes, and then all of a sudden it dropped down to 14 likes. Like, what? Hopper says, what up, Sam? Sam said, yay. Kitsune says, another question led to the answer of Taco Subu Cardio Mathpati. Oh, I did my best. Sam says, I was thinking of doing Descanor. That was a good one. Michael says, my cat keeps coming up to me every time I go to pet her. She runs. Aww. Nova says, oh, Wednesday, yay. I'm off Wednesday and Thursday, so that works perfectly for me. Oh, I love that, Nova. Yeah, I've been having Thursday and Saturday off, but this week I've got Wednesday and Saturday off. And Saturday's a really good day to have off in my industry, you know, serving, bartending. Especially with college football season coming up. Ooh, love to have my Saturdays off. Jason says, I put the hands because it slowly moves around its hands constantly. Oh, smooth. Harper says 3 a.m. is also known as the Devil's Hour, just FYI. Well, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And that paranormal experience that I had, it happened around the 3 o'clock hour. Michael says, like, why come up to me when you run, right? Hopper says, I'm sure Nick's mom knows. Oh yeah, about the 3 o'clock hour? Oh yeah. Yeah, she's all into that paranormal stuff. Like I said, I mean, I kind of believe in it, kind of just, I don't know, it's just not really my thing, but, I had a full-fledged paranormal experience that was, like, undeniable, like, almost like concrete evidence. Just don't know. I just don't know. Kitsune says, close enough, lol. It's a heart condition where extreme stress and adrenaline stunts the heart. Really? I've always kind of thought that was fascinating with Damar Hamlin, you know, the safety for the Bills that took that hit on the chest and then literally died right there on the field. Some pretty crazy stuff there. And it was one of these things. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this Kitsune, but yeah, there's an American football player about 2 years ago. Someone came up to him and just did like just a little practice, like, you know, like a little end of play, like, you know, bump, you know, and he got hit right here in the chest. And he kind of gets up and just falls over, and his literal heart stopped. And what they said was he took trauma, like you took a hit to the chest at the exact wrong moment. Like it was like one of the weirdest things I've ever heard. It was like you know how like your heartbeat has like you know, one of those little things. If you take a traumatic blow at like one of the peaks, it can cause your heart to stop. Apparently that's what happened with Damar Hamlin. Really weird, like 1 in a million things to happen, like, you know, in the NFL. Let's see, sword, brown, and cross. I'm gonna go with Anglo-Sax. Or no, hold on. It's got swords. It's brown. Cleaver? Could it be a cleaver? Sam says, hint, the middle emoji is the biggest giveaway. Now this is Dweeble or Crustle. I'm not sure about Crustle because of the swords. I'm not sure. Jason says, what's one of its types? Sam says, close guess, Nova. Sam says, this Pokemon shares a type with Dweeble and Crustle. Jason says, cloth. Kitsune says, it was basically the shock to your skeleton that overloaded the heart, basically reverse of what a defibrillator does to restart the heart. Oh, wow. So you're familiar with it. So yeah, it's one of those weird things. Sam says, sharp weapon, brown shell. Sam says, cleaver is a very good guess. Yeah, that was my first thought. But you said the brown is the biggest giveaway. Oh. I think Jason might have hit it. Sam says, Ariza, it has the exact same type as Binacle. Or Binacle, however you say it. Kitson says, is it Bionicle or the Evo? Sam says it's not Binacle, but oh, Jason I think just nailed it with Kabutops. Sam says Jason got it. Michael says, wait, what is that one Pokemon that has swords? Isn't it from Galar? That was the first one I was thinking. It was like Anglo-Sax or Slash or something like that. But the brown emoji kind of told me that it wouldn't be that. Kitson says, oh, Kabutops. Yeah, as soon as Jason said Kabutops, I was like, there we go. So yeah, that's like really entertaining actually. I like that. Kitson says Engslash. How's that even said? Enga slash? Sam says our ancient Gen 1 fossil Pokemon with Scimitar swords for arms. And it has an outer shell like a horseshoe crab. Bill says, I just found a website where you can drive in any country and listen to their live radio. It seems like something I would find like on a Matty McTech reel. He'd be like, he's the dude that's like wearing the head bandana, and he'd be like, powerful websites you need to know, part 372. I love how certain YouTubers have like their certain like catchphrases, or like they say certain things like over and over. Like that Patrick Humphrey guy is always like, "This is big breaking news." Or one of my favorite like travel YouTubers is like Ryan Shirley. He always starts off his streams like, "What's up, guys? My name's Ryan. I just spent the last few years traveling Antarctica," or whatever he just came from. It's like every stream. What's up, guys? My name's Ryan. I just spent the last few years traveling Patagonia. It's like, how have you spent the last few years traveling every country in the world? Mill says it's interesting. Oh, I bet so. Alright, we're cranking up speed now. Cranking it up. Jay says, nice, Millsy. Mill says, LOL. What was that I listened to the other day? I think I put on like some Russian music, just to like hear some Russian music. I was like, okay, this is not what I was expecting. Jason says, were you thinking of the jousting beetle Escavalier neck? Or the possessed sword and shield? I pronounce it Aegislash. Aegislash. You know, that could be it. Hopper says, we're at 8 likes. -10 is right around the corner. Hey, let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going. That is wild. So there's no telling how many likes we actually have. That is hilarious. Kitsune has a crown. Oh yeah, that's gotta be a Politoed. Sam says Politoed. Nova says Slow King. Jason says, imagine we go negative likes. Is right around the corner. Michael says, guess this one. Oh, that's a Torkoal. I think Sam beat me to it. Mill says, I'm currently driving in Rome, Italy. Fried off the chart. Fried off the cart. I love that, Mills. That's awesome, dude. I'm driving in Rome, Italy. I've always wanted to see Rome because the city itself is like just one big like museum. You know what I'm saying? There's ruins everywhere. I'd love to see the Colosseum. I hope it's some good music, Mills. Hope you're bumping. Got that bop. Kitson says Nova, right. Mills says living in the future. Love that. Nova says yay. Michael says no, Sam. No, Nick. What? What in Torkoal? Sam says, oh, what a Camerupt. Freaking Camerupt. Freaking Camerupt. Sam says, Turtonator. Eaterball says, hey homies, I'm back. Hey, welcome back, Eaterball. Welcome back. Sam says, Heatran. Michael says, my fault, it's Torkoal. I thought it was Torkoal, but then he said no. says, gotta be camel rupt. Jason says, oof, lol. Hopper says, Eater Bowl, welcome back. Jay says, do they drive on the other side in Italy like they do in the UK? If I take a guess, I think Italy drives on the right side of the road. That is a good question, Jay. Sam says they drive on the left. Well, I'm an idiot. So thank you for confirming that, Sam. Michael says, Starry Sky. Oh, that's gotta be Rayquaza. It's gots to be. I mean, the middle one almost gives it away. It looks like Rayquaza. If it's not Rayquaza, I'll be floored. Michael says, yep. Oh, got it. Love it. Alright, I'm gonna try for this game. Here, I'm gonna give y'all one. Anita Ball says, I wanted to stay after all those gifts and the dono, but my kids weren't staying in bed and I had to do all the dad stuff. I know, I'm proud of you for doing that. Handling business. So, let's see here. What is it going to be a good one? You know what? I've got one for y'all. I keep doing the same thing. Put it right here. Guess that Pokemon. How do I get my thing back down? I can't fix my stream. I'm trying to just get it to go back down. There we go, there we go. And Gailey is not Gailey. Michael's Moon Star Lugia. That's what I think yours is, Michael. Caden, welcome in, Caden. Hope you're having a great Monday night. Caden says, here's one. A shell. A lobster. And to the right. It's a good one. Lobster. To the right. Cloth? I'm thinking cloth on that one. Or Crawdont. Sam says SQ. Michael says nope. Jane says, or Jay says, hey Caden. Noah says SQ. Oh, Caden says to the right. I mean like trade. Oh, okay, that probably helps a little bit. Just says, think you can get mine, Nova or Nick? Caden says, no, something special happens when you trade it. Mill says, Italian food or Mexican food? Italian. I don't know why I had to think about that. That was a good question. Sam says, Nick, is yours nope. Jason says Shelmet. Ooh, I wouldn't have got that one. Hopper said Mexican always. Jay says Italian because of pizza and lasagna. It's a good one though. It's a good question. Caden says, so it's actually Acigalore, the shrimp looking, the one, you know, there was a one that someone was guessing earlier, and that's what everyone guessed, but it wasn't that one. Mill says nothing beats a homemade burrito. Eatable says, does it cost a lot for one of those little devices you have at your little game plug? You know what's funny? You're talking about the GB Flash. You know, I've got a link in the description of the stream and of the channel. And it says, like, you can get it for like 28 bucks or something. And when I ordered that thing, it was like 50. But yeah, it doesn't cost too much. Mill says lasagna is a really good dish too. Sam says, I'm with you on that one, Jay. Pasta is love, pasta is life. Noah says Italian 100%. Michael says, anyone know mine? And Caden says, you know, the one you trade Shelmet and the beetle one, you get 2 special Pokemon. That is right. Sam says, Lunala, Michael? Eatable says, yeah, that thing. Sam says, you talking about Escavalier? Eatable says, I might grab one. Jason says, that's right, Caden. The other one is Carablast. That's right, that's what I couldn't think of. Caden says, I gotta go with Mexican. I love their street tacos. Okay, here's another controversial topic. Does pineapple go on pizza? I know, pretty controversial here, but I'm gonna have to say pineapple does not go on pizza. Caden says, also, I'm not talking about that, Sam. Michael says, Lunalo. Nova says, no. Jay says, no. Michael says, heck nah. Caden says, no, it does not. Alright, so thank y'all. Y'all are with me on that one. It does not go on pizza. But bacon, pepperoni, like pretty much, I mean, you can load it up. But the pineapple, it would have to be a really specially made pizza. Maybe some barbecue sauce on it. I'm trying to justify it, but I just can't do it. Caden says the pineapple is too chewy. I can agree with that. Hopper says, I'm from New Mexico, so almost every meal, green or red chili is a must. Ko says, sorry, I'm back. Had to fire someone just now. I'll be back for about 15 minutes. Dang, sorry I had to fire someone, man. David says, if you enjoy pineapple on pizza, you were almost likely dropped as a child. Nova says, Rayquaza. Bill says, Hawaiian is good. Kate says, what doesn't go on pizza? Pineapple. What do you think, Kate? Does it go on or not? Hopper says, sorry, I missed it. Hopper says, pineapple's not my favorite, but it's not bad. Mill says, bacon, pineapple, or jalapeno. Trust. Tokemon said, I tried ketchup on pizza the other night because someone made a poll about it. My wrestling coach had his own signature sauce. Or the assistant wrestling coach anyway. And whenever we would have a banquet, we would take his, like, it was kind of like a hot sauce, but a barbecue sauce, but put it on pizza. Oh my god. Caden says, oh, I just joined the stream. And welcome in, Caden. Welcome in. Hope you're enjoying it. Caden says, pineapple on pizza gives me heartburn. So I think we're all on the same page. Caden says, sorry, Sam. Jason says, pineapple on pizza is good. Oh no, Jason. No! Jay says, gnarly toke. Michael says, Jason, Zekrom is correct. Jason says, nice. Sam says, anything goes on pizza if someone is giving me pizza. Reminds me of what my neighbor said that one time. He got some bud. I was like, is it good? He was like, it was free. He was like, free weed is good weed. I was like, okay. I can't argue with that. Tokimon says LOL. Michael says another one. Alright, so we got coffee and a ghost. Coffee and a ghost. Or a cup of something hot and a ghost. Oh, what's that cup? What's that freaking cup? It can be authentic. Synesty. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm going to look back at the chat and someone's going to beat me to it. But yeah, it's got to be Synesty. Or the Poltergeist. Sam says, in South Carolina, they eat pineapple, mayonnaise, and cheese. Oh, no. But you know, there's some really good South Carolina barbecue joints. Kate says, replace the fruit sauce with ranch and add some chicken. I also love a good double meat with jalapenos and banana peppers. Steak clear of me afterwards. If you know, you know. Michael says, nope. Jay says, Millsy, when's your birthday stream? Today or Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday. Kate says, steer clear. Sam says, that is intriguing, Jason. And Mills says, Wednesday, Jay. So yeah, if y'all haven't checked out Mills' channel, please be sure to do that, because you can find me and a lot of other people in this chat, and they're on Wednesday night. So be sure to do that. And Caden says, did you grow up in a place that uses Cajun food? You know, there's a lot of people here that's from Louisiana natives. Me personally, no, I do live in Georgia, but also pancreatitis, or some degree of it. I had some pancreas trauma when I was in high school. I hit a tree on a rope swing accident and busted my pancreas open. Spent about 2 months in the hospital, fed through a tube for 10 weeks. So I have to be careful about spicy foods, because I can get an attack of pancreatitis and then I'm just like, I'm hurting. Like hurting bad. Jay says, nice, I'll be there. Sam says, Jason, is it Clyzover? Oh no, I got it right with a poltergeist. That was nice. Or poltergeist or whatever it is. Jason says, close, but no, Sam. Michael says, this one is hard. Nova says Yamask. Ooh, Yamask would have been a good one. Or Confrungus. Jason says Coridon is correct. Kate says, I'm from South Louisiana. What are y'all's thoughts on Sinisashta? Also, I don't know much about it. I do know my grandfather lived for a little while in New Orleans. Gretna? Are any of you Louisiana people, does Gretna even sound like anything from South Louisiana? I think, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say it's like in New Orleans. He also lived in Cleveland for a little while. It was like a nice part of Cleveland. Well, I think of Cleveland, Ohio. I think it's like, I don't mean this in a bad way. It just seems kind of run down a little bit. But there is always areas in a city that are really nice. Sam says, Michael, is a Galarian? Cofrungris? Kane says, okay, because my dad ever met you, the first thing he's going to give you is his Cajun food because he grew up in a place that uses Cajun food. Fair enough. He tries to make it not spicy, but he still makes it spicy. Co says, okay, I'm back. Sorry. Hey, sorry you had to fire someone, Co. That's crazy work, man. Zizi says, I'm back. Hey, welcome back, y'all. Jason says, try this one. Off top, I don't know if I've got it. Kane says, yep. A lot of watch your back and your vehicle at night places. Michael says, Sam, nope. Jay says, yo, WB, ZZ. Welcome back, welcome back. Eaterball says, I shared your stream in a couple of Discords I'm in. but they're a little slow this late at night. Hey, I appreciate you doing that, Eaterball. That is like freaking huge. Thank you. Sam says, Cade, you are another awesome person for Louisiana. Yes. I love my Cajuns up in here. Y'all are awesome. Michael says, here it is again. You know what? It's the Ghost Marowak at the top of Pokemon Tower. Alright, that was far-fetched. No pun intended. Cade says, thank you. I was born in Hurricane Andrew back in 92 when my mother was in labor with me for about 3 days. Hurricane, baby. That's actually a pretty cool fun fact. ZZ says 70 likes. What? What? Because, yeah, earlier we were at 48 likes, and then it went down to 14 likes. So now we're up to 70. So that's really cool. And, Cade, I'm a 92 baby as well. Incredibly dope since 92, like Mac Miller. I had a Mac Miller shirt back when he was still alive, and it said incredibly dope since 92. It had a little baby doing like this on it, and I miss that shirt. And ZZ says, huh? Now 9? So this is what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, we had 48 likes, and then all of a sudden I went down to like 14 likes. And it was like slowly like going down. We were all like, what is going on here? And ZZ says, huh, now 9? Yeah, go from 70 likes to 9. Sam says, and we just think YouTube's being a little buggy tonight. Sam says, Michael, is it a human that dies and becomes a ghost Pokemon? Nova says, Houndstone. Caden says, try this one. Cow, sleep, heart. Sleepy cow, big heart. I'm thinking Miltank. I don't know why. Eaterball says, it shows 9 likes for me. That's weird. Co says, YouTube glitching hard. Michael says, Sam, you're getting somewhere. ZZ says, it's my phone. It's kind of burning. But no, pretty much everybody has said that, you know, the likes are acting weird tonight. Co says, it's not an audit, just glitched. Okay, that's cool. I'm all for that. Eaterball says, I was watching a stream last night and YouTube said the stream ended, but I could still hear the audio. It's like one of my biggest fears is like thinking I ended stream, but I didn't really end stream, and then like I don't know what like you would see, I guess. Just me getting in bed and going to sleep. I'll start to hear a I don't really snore though. It's one of the biggest pains in the ass is sleeping next to someone that snores. Like, oh my god. Like, would you stop for 5 minutes just so I can go to bed? Coast is good. At the 4-hour 15-minute mark? Hey. Nice, nice. I started the stream after midnight, which I typically like to go on about 10:30. 11:30 at the latest, but yeah, it was late getting out of work. I put something in the Discord about, hey, I'm just leaving work. I'll be on in about an hour. Well, I didn't leave work till like 20 or 30 minutes after I sent that. So by the time I got home, I was like, freaking made my bed, pulled up the stream, pulled up the 6 screens, pulled up the OBS, put them all in there, and I was just like, all right, welcome back to the Fire Games, everyone. Jason said, oof, it's Miltank. Oh, I got it. Talking about that one with the cow and the sleepiness and the heart. ZZ says, I'm doing a hunt for Kitsurner. Eatable says, then you go to bed and start watching Golden Girls or something live on stream. Alright? Golden Girls. Michael says, Phantom. Caden says, here's the answer for my thing. Muna. Ooh, I wouldn't have got that. Sam says, why the Easter Island statue, though? Sylveon, what's going on? Says, I don't know why I'm up at 4 a.m. right now. Welcome in, Sylveon. Welcome in. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. Caden said it's not. ZZ says, yo, it's so close, too. 575. Kate says, if you don't mind me asking, what do you do for work, brother? I serve tables, bartend. When I was going to college about 10 years ago, I was working at Zaxby's, and I became a manager at Zaxby's, and that was one of the dumbest things I ever did. Should have stayed in college. But no, I've been serving and bartending. I'm not big on management. I've done management. That's really just not my thing. And I've always said it's because I change my tone of voice. I become a totally different person when I expect something out of you. And, you know, it's disrespectful to your manager when you just think you're going to cut a shortcut and I'm not going to notice it. So I have to be a completely different kind of Nick when I'm a manager versus employee Nick that's always like walking up to you, just giving you a random dad joke and walking away. Like, that's who I am, really. And when I'm a manager, I'm so completely different. So that's why I don't like management. And it's hard for people to deal with me as a manager, especially when you know me as regular Nick and then you get to know me as manager Nick. No, that's not fun for anyone. So yeah, I actually enjoy serving and bartending. Caden says, wonder why I'm up at 3 a.m. Probably because it brings me joy. I'm definitely a night owl myself. Michael says, still not tired. I don't know why. I don't get tired. Jay says, hey, Sylveon. Nova says, BRB. Oh, take your time, Nova. Sam says, oh, Muna clever. Caden says, listen, what are you supposed to call it? I put a cow because the closest thing it looks like is a cow, okay? And we appreciate you trying, Caden. We appreciate that. Sylveon says, I couldn't go to sleep because I was afraid of the dark and I usually leave my TV on because I'm scared. And Sylveon says, hey, Jay. I have to sleep in complete blackness. To some degree. I say that, but it's like, you know, lots of times I'm going to bed like when the sun's coming up, and it's just like, by then I'm so tired it don't even matter. But you know, I saw this like little short or something. It was someone asking Mr. Beast a question, and you know, I kind of thought Mr. Beast would be that one of those kind of people that wake up at like 5 a.m. you know, and get the day started, cold shower kind of stuff. No, he actually is like, his work, like his hours seem very similar to mine actually, because he said he like works like 3 or 4 in the morning. And I was like, and then like wakes up and like, you know, later in the afternoon. I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I do. Except I might not go to bed at like 5 or 6 a.m. Sam says, I'm just playing, Caden. It was a good one. Cade says, expectations set us up for disappointment, and it sets the other person up for failure. Responsibilities, solution mindset, not negativity. Oh yes, I love holding people accountable, especially myself, but it is important to hold other people accountable even if you're not a manager, because that means you're a leader, and being a leader is not a sexy thing to do, but I do appreciate people being leaders in society and speaking up and saying things when things need to be said. ZZ says, guys, what's your favorite Pokemon? Sam says, Cam. Umbreon is Nick's fave, I believe. Actually, my favorite shiny Slugma. And we did a shiny hunt for that one. I do love Umbreon, don't get me wrong on that. Sam says, and most people's. Caden says, my favorite Sylvia. Sylveon. And Vaporeon. Yo, Vaporeon, what's going on? How are you doing? Sam says, I go between Umbreon and Espeon Energy. Vaporeon says, now we know what happened to Ash Ketchum after becoming the champion. He got old and became PewDiePie. Hey, hell of a compliment, Vaporeon. Thank you. Oh, PewDiePie. Wonder what he's up to nowadays. I think last time I saw him, he was on a Family Feud. Jason says, I like Leaf and Glaceon most. I like Sylveon. Do we have Sylveon and a Vaporeon in the chat, though? That is really cool. Sam says, Leafeon is underrated. I can agree with that. Eaterball says, ZZ, Lions BS, my favorite Pokemon is Kabuto. I remember as a kid, I think it was one of those Burger King toys. It was Kabuto. Not Kabutops. I think it was Kabuto. And it was the little squeeze thing. That was like my first Pokemon toy from Burger King. Michael says, when I was young, oh wait, I'm still young. Never mind. Never yearned for the mines. Caden says, no, we're talking about the Pokemon Eevee line. Sam says, Nick, is Umbreon your favorite evolution? Oh, gotcha. As far as like, yeah, then Umbreon. Yeah, you're right. Then Umbreon would have to give it that. And Caden says, can you call me Kyler, please? Kyler, absolutely. I love the name Kyler. Sylveon says, I just gotten my Switch 2 for my birthday. Hey, happy birthday, Sylveon. Hope you're enjoying that Switch 2. Jason says, speaking of Vaporeon, hey, guys, did you know? ZZ says, guys, name your favorite Pokemon, and I'll hunt them if they're in Sword and Shield. I love that. Kyler says, can you call me Kyler, please? I'm using a different account. Absolutely. Sam says, this is just opinion, so please, no one get offended, but I've never liked how Sylveon looks so different and is so much bigger than the other evolutions. You know, I never noticed it was much bigger. I'll have to take note of that. You know, if there's one that I felt like is like the black sheep, like the oddball out, I would say it'd be Leafeon. Even though it is very underrated. It's just the one I feel like that doesn't fit. Caden says, oh dude, my favorite Pokemon is brand new in Pokemon Gen 9. And Kyler, I meant to say. Sam says, still great design, but hey ho. Ho-oh. Michael says, shiny Sharpedo. Sylveon says, W Michael. Hopper says, shiny Umbreon. Sylveon says, what game? ZZ says, which one, Kyler? Sylveon says, W Hopper. Kyler says, so it is Pokemon Scarlet. Kyler also says, and the Pokemon is Slitherwing. Ooh, that was a good little neck pop. So I'm just going to try and crank up the speed here, y'all. Just maybe a half a second is probably the best I could do on it. Just so we get this shiny Deoxys, y'all. Like, holy freaking moly, we've been going over 4.5 hours and we still ain't got this thing. ZZ says, don't have Scarlet. Jason says, nice, Michael. I got one in Sword on my birthday a few years ago. Michael says, ho ho ho, Mary, wait. Isn't it Kreisman? Caden said, or Kyler says, I'm pretty sure you can get it in Violet. Sam says, yeah, Leafeon has small details in its design that separate it from others. Yeah, it's something about it. Maybe it's the big old leaf sticking out of its head like a chikorita. It's just like, it almost like doesn't fit the other ones. It doesn't mean I don't like it. It's just not, it's the one I kind of look at. I'm like, yeah, you're the oddball. And Sylveon says, when did you start this? Like 12:30 or something? Yeah, oh, actually, the stroke of midnight. I was sitting here waiting for it to hit 12 o'clock, and as soon as it did, I was like, boom. Because I pretty much sat down at like 11:58 or 11:57. Cade said, Rillaboom is cool to me because I'm getting back into drumming, and after a decade, still got most of my chops in starting a band. Currently building a band-based team. That's really cool, Cade. My dad's a drummer. Actually, You may have heard of the band, Bad Habits. I don't really talk about that a lot, but yeah, my dad's he's the drummer of that band. He's played on 96.1 The Rock. He's played at the Masquerade, Tabernacle, all the big venues in Atlanta. So he is a big drummer. Me personally, I mean, I might carry a beat. Kane says, hang on. Sorry, went a little fast there. Hopper says, Nova, did you bring some of the for the rest of the class? Jay says, good night, Millsy. Peace. Oh, thank you for being here, Mills. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Always glad to have you in here, man. And if y'all haven't checked out Mills Coolin' channel, please do, because I'm gonna be in his stream Wednesday night, partying it up for his birthday. That's a lot of ice cream. ZZ says, guys, tell me, favorite Pokemon. I will shiny hunt them in Sword and Shield. I already have Hopper, Michael, and Eater Ball. Sword and Shield. What is that over there by Dragon's Den? And Sword and Shield, you know, over there by Dragon's Den. What are some of the cool Pokemons over there? Nova says Umbreon and Darkrai. Ooh, that Darkrai's a good one. Caden says, what do you think I named my new pet hermit crab? Or, I mean, Kyler asked that. Sorry, it'll take me a second. I'll get to calling you Kyler. Pet hermit crab, I bet you named it Shelter. Or Kabuto. Michael says, ho ho ho, Mary, wait, isn't it Christmas? Why am I being Santa? I thought I was Saint Nick. Sam says, Nova, isn't Darkrai technically not evil? Kate says, what? That's cool, man. I've heard of them for sure. Rillaboom on drums, Amp Toxicity on guitar, Oops Dagoon on bass. Sadly, no Mileto for so sub for Gardevoir, Nervoin, and Bronzorn. That is really cool how you're doing like a whole band-based team there. That's really cool, man. Ko says best shiny is Shadow Shiny Suicune from Pokemon Coliseum. Yeah, I remember you telling me about that and the whole black mane, and I had to pull it up and see it. It was beautiful. I posted what it looks like in the main chat in the Discord. But thank you, Ko. Because yeah, it is really cool. You need to get one of those as like a badge for the members down the road. Sam says Darkrai has that aura. I concur. I do concur. Got that swag. And Caden says, no, actually I named it Dweevil. And Michael says, guess this Pokemon. And it's got a bacon. I can't see that other emoji. It looks like maybe a bird. What's the second emoji, Michael? And Everett. Welcome back in, Everett. Caden says, after the hermit crab Pokemon. Oh, named it Dweevil. That makes sense. Everett says, we got the Deoxys? Not yet. Oh, that was probably a good guess, though. Yvettle? For the emojis there. Michael says bird. Okay, it says bacon bird. Oh, so it was correct. Nice. Congratulations, Everett. That was a good one. Zizi says, guys, I'm going to get one box of eggs and then hatch them and then play Fire Red on my Switch. Oh, I like that. Whole box of eggs. Sylveon says, got my Switch too. Hey. Big W. Everett says, yay. Okay, it says, have you ever accidentally reset and skipped a shiny? I've lost shinies, but it's not because I've missed them and reset on them. I've lost a shiny a few different ways. I lost a shiny Rayquaza one time because he knows Outrage, so I put him all the way down to like this much health, and he used Outrage, made himself confused and hurt himself in his own confusion. I also forgot that my Nidoking, I forgot what shiny it was that we lost, but it touched my, and it was a legendary, I'm sure, like an Articuno or something. But it touched my Nidoking and it got poisoned, and it poisoned itself to death. I lost one of the shiny Reggies. I've lost a few shiny Reggies. They were actually really weird, really hard to hunt. I lost one due to struggle. I mean, I just kept throwing Ultra Balls and he kept popping out, and then he used all his moves on me, and then he started to struggle and hurt himself. And so I mean, I feel like I've lost shinies like every way. Oh, and then on the very last stream we lost a shiny Girafarig because it was Safari Zone. So I've lost a shiny pretty much every way except for just skipping it. Michael says, I'm going to eat the eggs before you can hatch them. Everett says, I think I'm going to start triple hunting tomorrow. Kane says, I got my Switch 2 on Christmas. Oh, nice. Nice, Kyler. ZZ says, bought it because of Nick. It looks kind of fun. Nice, nice. Caden says, or Kyler says too. Lamposaurus says, my DNA is shiny. It's yellow instead of orange. You know what? Then that's the kind of energy we need. I love that profile pic too, by the way. Welcome in, Lamp. Welcome in, Lamp. Lamb Pisser. Lamb Pisser. I think that's how we're saying this. I think I'm just going to go with Lamp. But yeah, welcome in, Lamp. Kate says, still types usually have a lower catch rate. Skarmory. Now, I bet it was the Registeel that gave us some fits. I know it was the Regice too. Nova says it was Zapdos. Oh, the one that I poisoned? That sounds right. Sylveon says, but I couldn't get my save file for Plaza, but I entered the right password and it didn't get it right. Michael says, no burps for you, ZZ. Gonna eat the eggs. Everett says, leaf green. Starter and brilliant and roll it. Kyler says, oh yeah, the reason I'm on this account is because this is my YouTube account. Gotcha, gotcha. Sam says, Nick, for real, the Reggies do not play. I lost Regirock as a kid because it would not get in the damn Ultra Ball. Yeah, that's pretty much what went down. It was just like, I freaking tried, man. How you gonna pop out at every Ultra Ball? You know, of the legendary birds, Moltres is the hardest to catch. And I found that out. I did a practice run just because, you know, like for when we find the shiny, I would know like kind of how tough and difficult it'll be. I did a practice run for Moltres, and I just tried to catch like the regular non-shiny one. Popped out of 70 Ultra Balls. I was like, yo, you could be kidding me. If this is how it goes down with the shiny, I'm cooked. And it was actually really easy to catch the shiny. Kyler says, I'm a YouTuber. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Wish you the best of luck with your content. Michael says, eats ZZ's eggs, hard-boiled in front of ZZ. And Sylveon says, Plaza is basically Pokemon Legends ZA. Gotcha, gotcha. ZZ says, they were poisoned. Michael says, I am immune to poison. Sam says, I think they made the legendary easier to catch from Gen 4 onwards. They probably did. They made a lot of things easier in Pokemon moving forward, especially the rivals. Nowadays, like your rival, it's not like Gary when he would pop up on you at the worst, most inopportune time. Nowadays, your rivals all like, oh my god, how you doing? I ain't seen you in forever. Let me heal your Pokemon, please. No, it wasn't like that back in the day, man. Kitsune says, night, Nick and everyone. I'm struggling to stay away. Hey, thank you for being here, Kitsune. I know me and you are on the same timeline. So I know it is something to 5 a.m. now. So yeah, thank you for spending so much time in the stream and being engaging here and just being an amazing conversationalist. So thank you. Kate says, apparently Ultra Balls have a 2x catch rate. My Skarmory popped out a 99. Oh my god. Yeah, there's been some shinings where like, everyone was like, Master Ball, and I didn't. Sam says, I still remember Moltres' cry from Fire Red because of how long it took to catch. Alright, just permanently in the back of your mind. Sam says, 10 years old, spending 10 days on Mount Pyre for Moltres. Nova says, 3:39 a.m. That's 4:39 here. Everett says, I think I've hit close to 100 resets. ZZ says, doesn't give a damn frick that he's immune to poison. Sylveon says, 4:40 a.m. Yep, that's exact time here. Hopper says, just FYI, I might crash soon, so if I don't, congrats on the YTP, Nick, W stream, W chat. Everyone's been great. I'll catch y'all later. Hey, thank you for being here, Hopper. Means a lot, brother. Sylveon says, tired as heck. Ko says, 4 hours and 40 minutes in. Come on, Deoxys. I know, right? You've got to shine. We're not giving you a chance. We're not giving you, it's not an option. You gotta shine for us. I'm gonna make this as, like, I'm gonna knock out as many encounters here as I can. Because I definitely want to catch it. Jay says, good night, Hop. Michael says, eats Vulpix, grilled in front of ZZ. Ko says, W Hopper, good night, bro. And again, thank you for being here, Hopper. Love you, brother. Hope you have a great night, man. Nova says, night, Hop. ZZ says, I don't care. Reminds me of that Family Guy, dude. He's like, I don't care. I don't care. Jay says, shiny within 5 minutes, middle left. I'm going top left in 7 minutes. Cade says, I look forward to the next stream, Nick. Peace, everyone. See y'all on the next one. Hey, thank you for being here, Cade. Hope you enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed having you. So did the community, I'm sure. So, thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, Cade. And I won't stream tomorrow night, but the night after, I sure will. Sam says, catch you next time, Hop. Michael says, noms on ZZ's arms. Sam says, take care, Cade. Jay says, see you, Cade. Ko says, to be honest, it's crazy this week. I'm streaming later today, Mill's birthday stream, Wednesday, and then I don't know if you're streaming, Nick, that night. Yeah, and yeah, I'll stream after Mill's birthday stream. So yeah, we got we should come together as a team. And you know, I wasn't part of Encounter Team. I say was, I mean, I guess I still am. It's just we don't like hunker down on it like we used to. There's a whole Encounter Discord. It's got PokeOBG, Kanto XP, Art Gemologist, Dice of Devotion, and you know, there's like a whole schedule. Like it was there was a schedule that Kanto made, and it had all of our stream schedules on it, and you know, we were all like, we had our schedule set up and designed to where, like, you know, one stream goes off, we have another person. It was called Encounter Team. It was pretty much Kanto's idea. I was very blessed to be a part of it, and even still, like, if you're in Encounter Discord, like, you get an alert, like, if someone posts a video or someone goes live. But, yeah, we do got a crazy week going on, man. Lamp says, you'll get the shiny in one of these screens before the heat death of the universe. That's a good way to put it. Z says, that enough. Pulls out RPG with 1K rollheads. Or rockets. Cuz is back to back to back. Michael says, takes the RPG and fires it at ZZ. Cade says, gotcha. Hey, thank you, Cade. Thank you so much for being here. ZZ dodges. Attack missed. Michael fires in the spot. ZZ is moving every time I fire. ZZ flies. Michael flies with ZZ. Sam says, Nick, do you think that athlete gene you have also means you can deal with less sleep? You know, that's a good question, Sam. You know, I did talk about on the last stream where on the ancestry DNA thing, not only does it tell you that, you know, 46% English, 26% Scottish, 13% Irish, 7% Norway, 2% French, 3% German, it also gives you you may like cilantro. It actually told me I probably don't like cilantro. It says you probably don't have a unibrow, and I don't have a unibrow. You know, it just kind of tells you things about your DNA. And then it had one that was really interesting. It said I have the elite endurance athlete gene, which kind of makes sense. I mean, I used to wrestle, and that's a very physically demanding sport as far as endurance goes. It wasn't my best. I mean, there's a guy from my high school that I went to high school with, I wrestled with. He could run a mile in under 5 minutes. In under 5 minutes. Sam says, better than most people, I mean. You know, I don't know. I mean, if I don't get enough sleep, I mean, I feel like I'm good between 5 and 7 hours. If I get 8 hours of sleep, I feel like I've slept too much. Because I still want to set that up in your Discord. Check the DMs when you're done, please. Okay, definitely, Co. And y'all, Co helps out this channel so much. Well, he does a lot behind the scenes to really help me out. You know, Game Boy Cardi, I gotta shout him out too. He popped in the stream one time, and this thing that you're looking at, like with the picture in the background and the Pokeballs at the bottom, not the Pokemon themselves, but the Pokeballs at the bottom and that kind of image overlay, that was a gift from Game Boy Cardi out of the kindness of his heart to give to me. So I like to shout y'all out because y'all have helped me out a lot improving the channel. Michael says, cause ZZ falls to the ground and when she's 50 feet in the air because ZZ misses the shredder. Sam says, I find that some people can deal with less sleep. Yeah, I think 6 hours is probably a good medium for me. Sam says, read that one. Sam says, I swear my auntie doesn't sleep. Kyler says, never mind. I'm just going to stop asking. Stop asking what? ZZ doesn't care. Michael buries ZZ 6 feet under. ZZ says dies because of Michael's to Boeing. To boring. Sam says, hope you're not working tomorrow. I definitely work tomorrow myself. Yeah, I do. Michael says, yippee, I win. And Kyler says, deserve to me because I'm mean. I'm just a small little creator to be honest. KP Kyler plays. And Nova says, well, I just took some medicine, so I might fall asleep, but I'll still be listening. Everett says, just did the math. Oh, about like how many resets we're at? I would like to know that. Kyler says, subscribe. Sam says, what time you working, Nick? 3:45. So, yeah, we got time. Michael jumps into the Minecraft void. A lot of y'all find it crazy that I've never played Minecraft, but it's true. ZZ says, and uses explosion. Michael says, void. Everett says, you're double over odds. That's what I was thinking, like, when you said you did the math on it. Because, like, you can count the overlay easily. Let's see how many seconds we got. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. It's about 5 seconds. For almost 5 hours. Yeah, that is crazy. We probably are double over odds, and that does happen. Michael says void. Caden says, I didn't mean to say deserve. I meant to say subscribe. ZZ says Michael and ZZ are now a friend in heaven or hell. In heaven or hell. Ooh, get a little neck pop there. I wonder if the like count still shows like 8 likes. Because someone earlier, that was so funny. Could have been ZZ, I think it was. Someone said, oh wow, 70 likes. And they're like, wait, never mind. It's just 8. Still kind of funny. Kyler says 14 likes, 24 people watching. Yeah, earlier we you know, it's pretty standard. You get between 40, sometimes 50 likes on a stream. I think the record was 60, so it's not like it's too far-fetched, but yeah, we were at 48 likes, and then all of a sudden it jumped down to 14, and we've been at 14 likes for like, what, 2 hours now or something crazy? And Michael says, why does mine say 7 likes and 25 people watching? See, yeah, it's YouTube just being buggy. ZZ says, goes into the corner and cries. Everett says, didn't even know it was raining. Well, what if it's raining here? And there is no savior, says Caden can count, meaning Kyler. So welcome in, there is no savior. Co says 1K subs, can I get you on my channel for you to play a horror game? Michael says that YouTube is stupid. Yeah, they're wigging out tonight. Michael says, if I became untouchable, ZZ, you wouldn't be able to touch me, which would make me happy. Y'all are wilding out like I'm Nick Cannon or something. I love it. Sam says, I feel like Cosmic dropped 250 on YouTube was like too much success for first day as a YouTube partner. Maybe. Maybe. Something fishy definitely went on. You know, I gotta agree with you there, Sam. It was kind of odd. ZZ says, I only have a deadly touch, nothing big. Kyler says, have you heard of Pokemon Pocopia? I have. I don't mean this in a derogatory way. It's just not my cup of tea. Even though I've never played it. I hear it's like a building game, and I've never even played Minecraft. I like old Pokemon games. I don't hate on the new ones. It's just not my cup of tea. Michael says, well, I'm screwed. Dies again. Kyler says, that's what my videos are on, channel name KP Kyler Plays. Oh, cool. What games do you play? Alright. Here in 7 minutes, we're going to hit the 5-hour mark. There's no way. I'm feeling good about it though, y'all. I think we hit it in the next 7 minutes. On the reel. Okay, Kyler says, only when I've played so far, only 6 videos. Hey, everyone's got to start somewhere. Jay says, still here, lurking. I love that, Jay. Thank you, brother. Let's see. ZZ says, I didn't even touch him. Kane says, Pokemon Pocopia is the only one I played. Michael says, in heaven squared. Alright, y'all. Let's get this shiny yellow alien. I'm cranking up the speed over here. Let's do it. Ko says, the thing that most creators don't understand, Nick found his niche, and it's working out. Too many creators try to venture out and play variety games. Find your niche and be amazing at it. Thank you, Ko. That's some really, really good advice. If I had to give someone advice on like starting a channel, and I have before, and one of the things I told them is to niche down. Find what you like to do. Don't find what you think other people want to watch. Find what you want to do. Because that's what you're going to be able to stay consistently on a schedule on. And you'll be happier in general. And you'll be surprised on what other people out there, how many people there are in the world. Of course, if you like something, there's going to be someone else out there in that community that just wants to have a good time, hang out, be positive, and hunt for shinies. And we found each other. Sam says, if you have never played building games, Minecraft, Animal Crossing, etc., then it's going to be hard to get into. I'm the same as Nick. I don't play Pokemon because I don't see why others enjoy it. But I can see why others enjoy it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you like building stuff, that'd definitely be and Pokemon, then that'd be it. Z says 3, 2, 1. Sam says, I like that, Ko. Find your niche. Yeah, you know, before I started a YouTube channel, I will admit that I watch, maybe for a good 2 weeks, I would come home after work and I would sit down, you know, with my TV, my PS5, and I would pull up YouTube videos of just advice of what to do, what not to do. I did a little research and stuff like that, and I did come across a lot of people telling me to niche down. And I did find out. I found this out firsthand. I started my channel, as you know, November 3rd. A lot of y'all know. November 3rd of 2025. So not even a full year ago, and I didn't even have a computer. I was screen recording Pokemon Go videos. So before I got a computer, I realized that it was really easy to screen record on my PS5 and send it immediately to my YouTube channel, right? So going from my Pokemon Go video game to now a PS5 Fortnite, that changed my algorithm all up, and it was like my videos started to get like thousands of views, like shorts, and then it went back to like 17. And then when I went from Fortnite back into this niche now that I'm in now, that I plan on staying in, same thing. My videos went from 1, maybe 2,000 views to 13 views. So it was like starting over. So that niche down is a really good point. And Kyler says, yeah, my niche is Pokemon, actually. Because I started my channel inspired by other Pokemon creators, especially small ones like you. That's what I inspired them about some. I don't shiny hunt yet. But yeah, my channel has definitely been inspired by other channels as well. One of the big, like, I'm not saying I modeled my channel after his, but I mean, he was the first person that I came across that did multi-screen shiny hunts. And I was fascinated when I found his stream. That pretty much looks like my stream now, to some degree. He didn't have all the overlays and all the Pokemon and all that stuff. It was just 6 screens and his screen up top. And now you see a lot of people that do that almost exact kind of format, but 6 screens plus a face cam, that's kind of your good balance of having multiple screens, but not too many to where the screen's so small you can't even see the shining when it does pop up. But you know, now I can't even think of his name. I'm not trying to hold out. I'm trying to, like, what is his name? Shiny Boy Advance. And he hasn't streamed in forever. And it's disappointing because I used to watch his streams like every night. But yeah, he hasn't streamed in months. Like pretty much the entire time of me being a streamer, since I guess late February, early March, he hasn't streamed. So I just hope he's okay. Sam says, bye, Michael. Take care. Michael says, rude. Thanks, Sam. Zizi says, see ya. Have a good night. Zizi says, happy birthday because I found a shiny and go. Oh, nice. What shiny did you find, Zizi? Ko says, I used to speedrun Poppy Playtime, getting 15 to 30 Ks, 150 to 200 subs a stream. Then wanted to do something else, and people who sub for Poppy stopped watching. Niche down, please. Good point, brother. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, and I'm sure, like, you know, doing what you love to do is like the best, by all means. Kyler says something like 24 screens. The most I ever did was 21 screens. It was long form content. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't have room for a face cam. I have one monitor. It covered my entire monitor. The way I could see the chat was on my phone. It was the Eevee hunt. I think it was the first hunt I think Nova ever popped in. She said was the Eevee hunt. Pokemon Gold. Z says Metatide. Sam says drink something, brother. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I gotta be honest with y'all. We've passed the 5-hour mark. I do have to work tomorrow. I worked all day today. But I'll be off Wednesday. So we'll definitely do another stream on Wednesday night. I say we do one more reset. And we call this Dunzo. For the night. For the night. Sam says, we love Nick's stream, but we also think Nick needs sleep. Yeah. Ko says, hell, YouTube for the like glitch. I'm curious to see how many likes I got. Because I think if it truly hits 70 likes, I mean, that's a record breaker. And to all y'all that donated and become members and gifted memberships, I cannot thank y'all enough. That is overwhelming. I've been very overstimulated the entire stream of just overwhelmed with the compassion and the love that y'all have, the hospitality. So y'all, just want to let y'all know, never stop shining. When the night is darkest, the stars shine brightest. Y'all are definitely the stars. So I love y'all. We're gonna head out. So peace, y'all. I hope y'all have a good night, and I will see y'all again soon. Take care. Be